Hello and willkommen in Wien. Welcome to Vienna and a special welcome to the Foreign Minister of Slovakia, Rastislav Káčer, who's with us today, and Slovakia's ambassador here in the Austrian capital, Peter Mišík. Thanks very much for all of your help in collaborating on this conference, and thank you very much to the team from the Institute for Human Sciences, of which I am rector, for all the work that they've put in to make this happen today. A conference which we are hosting on tackling disinformation in Central Europe and the Western Balkans. This, of course, comes in the wake of an initiative last year launched by the Slavkov process, including Austria, Czechia and Slovakia, to engage with the Western Balkans in their aim to integrate with the European Union. But the issues of disinformation, of course, go well beyond the borders of the Western Balkans, across Europe and beyond to all corners of the globe. But situated as we are 400 kilometers from Ukraine, it is an especially important subject for this region right now. So we began to perceive the extent of the threat that disinformation composed, frequently but not always propagated via social media networks, in the year 2016 with the election of Donald Trump and the Brexit referendum in my own country, the United Kingdom. Today, the techniques used in 2016 have become both more commonplace and more sophisticated, and we can observe how false information deliberately disseminated can influence and convince large swathes of populations. Competing to win the narrative war has been a feature throughout human recorded history, but advances in technology over the past 30 years have accelerated and complicated these battles. The extraordinary cacophony of competing narratives was evident throughout the period of the pandemic, as the scientific, the unscientific, the downright mystical vied with one another for the public's attention. Played out across social media, the shifting grounds of the narrative wars have equally encouraged the polarization of political opinion, undermining key aspects of the democratic discourse. So we're meeting here as Nigeria hosts the UNESCO-sponsored Global Media and Literacy Week. This event recognizes explicitly the urgent imperative for democratically minded individuals and institutions to develop effective methods to tackle the problem of disinformation. I'm especially pleased at Slovakia's commitment in this regard, and the government of Bratislava is assured of an engaged partner in the Institute for Human Sciences. So we are starting off with a panel entitled Strengthening Resilience Against Disinformation in Central Europe. But before that, I have the pleasure of introducing our honored speaker and guest, Mr. Rastislav Káčer, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Slovakia. He has, one can say, an eclectic biography, having graduated in organic chemistry before doing a second degree in international relations in the 1990s. He has worked both in the Slovak Foreign Service before moving on to NATO headquarters in Brussels, and later as Secretary of State at the Ministry of Defense. Mr. Káčer was responsible for negotiating Slovakia's accession to the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, a process which was, of course, completed in March 2004. From 2003 to 2008, he served as Slovakia's ambassador to the United States of America, and upon his return, he served as president and chairman of the Slovak Atlantic Commission, which eventually became GlobeSec, which I'm sure most of you are acquainted with. As Slovakia's ambassador to Budapest, he came to love Hungary, although not, it has to be said, without an occasional critical observation. Mr. Káčer is one of Central Europe's most astute observers of US domestic and foreign policy, as well as transatlantic relations in defense and security issues, and I cannot think of anyone better to open this conference. So let me invite him on the stage to give a few opening words before the first panel, which will be moderated by, where is Stefan? Stefan Vospernik from APA. Thank you very much for coming along, Stefan, to help us with this. Mr. Foreign Minister.
Mr. Rector, thank you very much for a very kind introduction. You've been very generous to me, and I'm really, I have no intention to teach here because this is a privileged group of people and the panel is so distinguished that I feel very humble in the presence, only setting the scene probably. And first I want to thank you as a leader of the Institute and also our ambassador for doing this. I think it's extremely timely. Well, it's been always timely, but this is an extremely topical agenda. As you rightly mentioned, probably disinformation, it's not anything new for humans. Probably it's as old as we are as humans. And I'm thinking whether this is also common for other species in the nature, but I'm very hesitant to think if you can trick a monkey to give you a banana in exchange for promise that if he behaves nicely, that in eternity he will have endless bananas, probably this will be a problem. But we humans seem to be able to believe in everything or anything like flat earth. So you walk on a flat plane and you come to the end of the world and you either fall down or you just walk around and you come to the place where you started. You know, what a bullshit, but how many people do believe in that nonsense? And we can list all of the things which may be a point for laughing and nice memes on the social networks for our amusement. But unfortunately, this tool of disinformation is becoming a serious tool. It's been used many times in human history, and it led in the past to a lot of tragedies. Even when we think of Holocaust, World War II, it started with a lot of disinformation. And now it seems like not a new thing, not a new phenomena, but it's getting new dimension, a new spin by technological advancement. What we see, the technology is giving new wings to the old thing. We saw it for the first time, when I can recall, as a political tool during the Dutch referendum, and this was on the association status for Ukraine, and we saw a heavy footprint of Russian intelligence in this, when we talk about this, a lot of people said, no, that's not the case, you're too paranoid. Well, then we saw it during the Brexit, when this was more self-evident, but I'm recalling myself talking to Prime Minister Cameron. He was keynote speaker at the GlobSec, and at the beginning, we got this, setting microphone and speaker. I was introducing him, and I asked him, and he said, Prime Minister, why are you doing this? He said, well, I don't want to go out. I just want to consolidate my base, and then they will shut up forever. I'll say, well, this can get out of control. He said, no, I get everything under my control. I said, well, look at Dutch referendum. This was just before. And I said, aren't you afraid that this will become a nice ground for Russian intelligence, because they'll do everything to pull you out? And he looked at me, I will never forget the look, and he said, in his face was like, you're completely paranoid. Well, it happened. And then we saw US elections with Donald Trump, which was absolutely full scale. And now we got a good taster in COVID, and now with war in Ukraine, and we see this is like mud or shifting sands, moving sands, in which we are drowning to a large degree. And we face the atmosphere in our societies where it's absolutely hard to distinguish what's right and what's wrong. It's completely poisoned. It's muddied everything. There is a good expression that you throw something in the fan. Well, I'm not. I want to be nice, but then it all stinks and it looks dirty, and everybody is dirty, and that is very hard to recognize who did it at the beginning and who is the victim, and who is the perpetrator of all of this. I think, in particular, Russian intelligence, but then China is doing their own job with different tools, with probably a little different intention. They found quickly that this is cheap and this is efficient. For little money, for little investment, you can cause a lot of damage. Look, you can cause a lot of havoc, a lot of confusion in the countries. You can poison, erode politics, trust in the society, and it seems like democracies are much more vulnerable here because we stick very much to the freedom of speech, but social media, since they offer a lot of anonymity and we haven't got used to that, you bear the same responsibility online as you do offline, so we are kind of in the transitional period. This is truly creating a lot of problem. What I want to say that I think we underestimate this. These activities is act of how to say, this is not an unfriendly act, this is an aggressive act. And we should treat it alike because it's preparing for more serious consequences, and we see it in Ukraine. It started with operations of disinformation, and it ends in a hot war. And it may become any time in other places. So we should take it much more seriously than we do. In coming from Slovakia, we saw what disinformation can cause for political radicalization. We saw first hate crime in Slovakia, which was absolutely fueled by disinformation, because when you would look into more than 60-page manifesto of the poor guy who did it, this is a full of, that's a big shitstorm of propaganda. He believed in the most crazy thoughts you could imagine, and this was a result of disinformation. So, to the end, I say we want to take it as seriously as possible. My ministry was one of the first in the Slovak government, was the first in 2017, creating a special department and Stratcom unit, then the government, Office of the Government, Ministry of Defense followed. Actually, I have to praise the Ministry of Interior and the Slovak Police, which is doing an excellent job online for debunking some of the hoaxes and some of the crazy mythology which is spread. But I think here, and this is the last line I want to say, the tool, it's global, and we cannot find it on our own. This is not for Slovaks and Austrians. This is a general issue. This is a global issue. And I think we need to create a new level of, well, coalition, put it in this way, of free world of democracies, how we fight disinformation and how we set new norms of behavior, that truly where you bear the responsibility for your physical action, you need to bear the same responsibility and the same transparency for your digital action in the online space. Otherwise, we are all doomed. And we need to set new norms for that. If we manage to do it over the Atlantic, it's 1 billion market, and I think this will gravitate the rest of the world to it. So that's all. I spoke even longer than I thought. Thank you very much for your attention.
Maybe just a second. Thank you very much, Foreign Minister, for your very interesting and focused and at times also colorful keynote. It is very good that...
Sorry, sometimes I'm too colorful. Apologize for that.
I think it's very important and also very good that you put the spotlight on this very important issue by attending this conference here. My name is Stefan Vospernik. I'm a foreign politics editor at the Austrian Press Agency in Vienna. Information is our profession, and tackling disinformation is part of our job. However, in the last few years, we have witnessed some epoch-making political events brought about, at least partly, by targeted fake news and disinformation campaigns. And we have seen all this unfold not in some underdeveloped political systems, but in some of the most sophisticated democracies of the world. While the awareness of the problem has grown, so has the problem itself. Therefore, we should lose no opportunity to strive for better solutions in the fight against disinformation. And we will only get on the top of the problem if we join forces, politicians, media representatives, and academia. This is why I'm especially pleased to introduce you the very competent, distinguished, and diverse panel of our first discussion dedicated to strengthening resilience against disinformation in Central Europe. Joining the foreign minister will be Ivan Krastev, one of the most influential European intellectuals, chairman of the Center of Liberal Studies in Sofia, and permanent fellow at the Institute for Human Sciences, IWM, in Vienna. Peter Launsky-Tieffenthal, Secretary General of the Austrian Ministry of European and International Affairs, former spokesperson of the Austrian government, and also former UN Undersecretary for Public Information. Michael Klíma, the newly appointed advisor to the Czech Prime Minister on media and disinformation, and also a former media manager and journalist. And last but not least, Shilten Palathunkal, special advisor for media policy and political coordination at the Austrian Federal Chancellery, one of the crucial people in the fight against disinformation in Austria. A warm welcome to you all. In the next hour or so, we will talk about how to detect, verify, and respond to disinformation. While all Central European countries have to deal with this phenomenon, there is no uniform approach in combating it. One should not see this as a weakness, on the contrary, because different strategies in fighting a problem are a precondition for the development of best practices. This is what we want to focus on in this panel, but first we have to make sure that we share a common view of the problem as such. So I would like to start with asking you for a personal definition. What is fake news and disinformation in your eyes? And where do we draw the line between fake news and the legitimate right to express one's views? Because we know freedom of expression is one of the sacred rights and essential for the functioning of a free democratic society, and we have to be very careful when we touch it. And I would also like to ask you to illustrate this definition by telling an example from your own experience or from your own country. I would like Mr. Krastev to start this round, please.
Thank you very much. I will not start with a definition, because if I start with definition, I should stop, because it means that I know exactly what I'm talking about. I'll try to make 4 points, because I'm not a specialist on dealing with disinformation. There are people here who basically work this. What I'm much more interested in is weaponization of mistrust, which goes in the same direction, but is not the same. And you'd ask me to give you an example from where I'm going. I was not so much, to be honest, in my thinking influenced by what happened during the American elections or Brexit, but during what happened to the COVID campaign. I'm coming from a country, Bulgaria, where the level of vaccination is lowest in Europe. Part of it was very much the result of how basically the information space worked. And I'm saying this because we're talking about a country in which people are very much mistrustful towards, for example, their health system. The average age of a doctors during the campaign was 52 years. So you expect that these people are going to run for vaccination, because if you don't want to go to hospitals, and basically in Eastern Europe we have a history of vaccination. There was no kind of a major divide that you have in countries like Austria and Germany, very much value-based based on this. And nevertheless, it never worked. Which means that when it comes to the life of people, something that is very personal, more than 50% of the population took a decision that is going to affect them personally. And the story is how it works. And here comes my second point. When you talk about disinformation, talk to your friends and ask them, do they believe that they're victims of disinformation and fake news? And none of them is going to tell you that they are. Normally for us, the victims of disinformation is people that do not think like us. And here's the major story. In a certain way, there is a legitimate difference of way you're viewing the situation, valuing it. But it is exactly because this high level of mistrust that governments cannot protect anymore the information space in which they go. And this is what is happening. Listen, during this COVID vaccination story, some of the sources that Bulgarian people doing with disinformation have been doing basically detected that there was a lot of Russian sources pushing Bulgarians not to vaccinate. And here's the paradox. Russian president himself was urging Russians to vaccinate. Why basically you're pushing Bulgarians not to do it? But this is about the general mood of mistrust. Don't trust anything that your government is going to say. Because the moment the population totally loses trust in government, the governments cannot act. In a certain way, trust is the currency in which politics functions. And I find this quite important because normally we are trying basically to see disinformation as kind of two different camps fighting what is true and what is false. And it was slightly like this during the Cold War, where the Soviet propaganda was saying that they're saying the truth and the West is lying, and basically the West is saying the opposite. This is not where the Russian propaganda comes from. The major message of the Russian propaganda is there is no truth. In a certain, from this point of view, it's not that we are better than them, but we all are equal. And when you all are equal, people are very ready to believe it. Because paradoxically, we live in a world in which people are ready to trust only cynics. If I tell you that kind of something is not what you see, not what you're told, you're ready basically to believe it. And there's several reasons why you're ready to believe it. First, because if I'm going to give you a conspiracy theory, I'm giving you an identity. During the Polish elections of 2015, the major divide between people voting for the governing now party and the opposition was not education, was not interest, was not even the difference between the big cities and small cities. It was, do you believe that the crash of the plane of President Kaczynski was an assassination or was an accident? So now you have a conspiracy theory that replaced ideologies of creating identities. And in my view, this is why it's so difficult to fight disinformation. And this is going to be my last point. We are always focused on the supply side, what others are doing. Be it Russians, be Chinese, by the way, be in political story. The problem is that there is a demand for disinformation. Because I want to go for information that is going to confirm my beliefs. I don't want to be provoked. I don't want basically to get an information that is telling me that I'm wrong. And this is very much also strengthened by the technologies themselves. Because if you see, for example, there was this famous book, Filter Bubbles, some years ago. If you really believe that the Earth is flat, and if you Google search for a long period of time, means that you're looking basically for different things and different sources that claim that the Earth is flat. When you're going to put just is the word flat, what is going to come on your computer first are going to be articles claiming that the Earth is flat. So strangely enough, both technology and both the political process created a situation in which we are basically going to be arrested in our kind of a pre-existing views. And I'm ending on this because, strangely enough, if one day there's going to be a monument of a democratic citizen is somebody who is ready to change his opinion on the basis of a different information. If this person is never going to have a demand or access to a different information, there is not going to be anybody on the monument. So I'll stop here.
Thank you. Mr. Foreign Minister.
Yeah, well, you know, this is a whole scale of fake news. From the evident fake, which is easy to prove that this is not a reality. So it's simple, like flat Earth, it's a simple fake, an innocent fake. we can prove it by satellite images, by everything. But even here, you see, whatever science prove, it's not enough. So a simple fake truth on the scale of, scale it from 0 to 1, 0, the least innocent would be, which you can prove it's wrong, and it's not causing any harm in the general sense. It's not harmful to a mental health of the society, or it cannot be weaponized rightly, as Ivan is saying. On the other side, in between, it's a great variety of fake. On the other side, it's a highly sophisticated fakes, which is hard to prove that this is a reality, because there is truly no evidence. And I'll give you an example. When on the meeting, on a public meeting, somebody starts to shout about my president, that she's an American agent, and she's got instructions what she's doing and is doing on behalf of Americans. It's, of course, that is an absolute nonsense, and we know it, and I know it. The sun is coming out in the morning, and it's going off in the evening, and if this was the case, we would have an intelligence proof for that, and there is none. But this is a sophisticated fake. And in between, you got a large scale of fake. Here, the fake news becomes dangerous in the moment when it's completing piece of puzzle. And as the British say, if it sounds like duck, if it walks like duck, if it tastes like duck, probably that is the duck. So on the scale of, if it's a cluster, which you see, it's aimed at producing certain picture, and then it can be weaponized in some sense, in the way that it led to Holocaust, that it led to hate crime, like in Slovakia, etc. Then it's dangerous combination. And the freedom, and I end up here. What is a legitimate freedom of speech? When I was a little boy, and here Slovaks and Austrians are very much the same. You know this country mentality. When I went to a small village in the countryside, say 50 years ago, your position in the village was based on the reputation which you had. And part of that reputation, or a large part of that reputation, was based on how you behave and what you say. So if you would be these days in a small community which was very transparent, spreading fake news, so means simple lies. When you lie, you risk a lot, because you would damage your reputation. And then you become outcast. And in the small, closed community, becoming an outcast was a capital punishment. It completely ruined you as such. So people were very careful about fake, but it was verifiable, etc., etc. And you lose your trust. And this is what we need to look into, the legitimate of freedom of speech. I say whatever you want, but be responsible for what you create with that. And what worked in the small scale of village 50 years ago needs to work on the scale of society again, and people need to be responsible. And even more, because part of the most dangerous fake leads to hate, and hate leads to, as we pray every Sunday, I used to quote this, it's a part of Catholic and even every Christian rite penitence act. It's forgive me my sins, which are caused by my thoughts, by my words, by my deeds, in what I have failed to do. So, bad thoughts, we may have all bad thoughts, but we need to be careful what we say. And we need to check what we say, because if we don't do that, then it leads to bad deeds. And this is it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much for inviting me. I can only subscribe to what the minister just said. I grew up in a village in Lower Austria, small village, about 400 inhabitants. It was what you said, but also what you did for the village community that counted. And if you were to be identified as an outcast, or having betrayed the village on your promises, it was nearly impossible to recover. And that brings me to a point which I wanted to share with you. A former Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations from Sweden, he said many years ago that perception equals reality. And fake news creates a perception, and the question is, how can we overcome a perception once it's been created, whether wrongly or correctly. And as the minister rightly put it, it's fairly inexpensive to create false news, but it takes a hell of an effort, both verbally but also financially, to set the record straight. A couple of years ago, we had a renewed effort in Austria on how to best brand Austrian products, services, and everything that we stood for. And the company that assisted us in doing this exercise, they gave us an idea as to where Austria stood at that time internationally. And they said it would be a major investment to change that public perception. It requires really a fundamental event questioning the status quo. And that is why it's so complicated to counter fake news or false news. The good side of it is that fact-based information is suddenly being given more of respect. And the question is, how do we get the fact-based information out in the same way as we are being faced with fake news and false news? We tried with my colleagues to just identify a couple of vocabularies. I mean, most of them have been said. When it comes to fake news, it's artificially created. It's created in such a way that it's verifiably false, or it turns out to be verifiably false. It is misleading, or the intention is that it is misleading, and it has a goal in terms of achieving a political or an economic impact, and it has the potential or the intention to harm. And I mean, one very concrete example we've just faced in the last few days on the so-called dirty bomb, which was clearly intended to divide our response in support of Ukraine and this war of aggression by Russia. And I think it was also a very visible example how complicated it is to counter such a false news once it's being widely spread. Another example at our level, which we encountered not that long ago, were news of the arrest of several European diplomats in a third country. And it made the rounds very, very quickly and took quite a while to verify whether that was true or not. Fortunately, it turned out to be wrong, but it created quite a lot of upheaval and negative consequences. And I just wanted to make one last point, and our colleague from the Federal Chancellor is much better placed than I am probably to say that, but when Austria held the EU presidency some time ago, in 2018, we jointly decided on creating something called the EU Rapid Alert System. It's an online-based tool which allows us or invites all of us to share whenever we identify false news or misleading news among each other. Where do we find it and what does it mean? What goal does it achieve? And I can tell you without revealing too much about it, prior to elections in Austria, whichever elections they may have been, one of those tweets was being shared, and it was meant to really disturb or to interfere with the Austrian election campaign. And when we asked back, what's the circle of people and institutions that it may have reached, it turned out it just had reached 4 likes and a very small group. So in this particular case, it had no major effect, but at least alerted us to something that had potentially could have had a major negative impact.
Okay, well, I don't want to fall in the academic discussion about what is and what isn't the disinformation, because the experience in the Czech Republic is that we are faced to the long-term campaign of Kremlin and pro-Russian sources which are trying to change the feeling of people and thinking of people in favor of Russia. This effort uses false information, untruth information,
And this is the situation we are faced to, and we have to solve. That's why the current government is trying to, first time in long term, to do something with it. And that's why also is creating the strategic communication in different offices and ministries. And also created my position. So very simply, from the whole range of possible disinformation, what we are focusing is really the Russian propaganda, which is based on untruths. Very actual example is that we had demonstration which were called by the pro-Russian activists who are spreading the information that it's very easy to lower the price of gas just to go to Russia and sign the agreement with Mr. Putin, and all the problem is solved. So this is the kind of disinformation which are spread in the Czech Republic, and which we are faced to.
So much has been said already. A great honor to be here at this panel, and much was said already about Austria, but it comes down to the intention, right? Disinformation. What is the intention that someone sends out with certain news? If it is the intention to harm, to destabilize, and to create some sort of political instability, that is sort of a huge disinformation campaign where, you know, technology is being leveraged, trolls are being used, and the pace of how fast it spreads is just incredible, right? We see how TikTok, how Twitter, how fake profiles are created, and even blogs, right? There is a flat Earth movement blog, right? Still with a lot of subscribers. But we see, and as General Secretary Launsky mentioned, the political campaigns or elections, if a certain narrative is built, it's hard to remove, right? And I've seen it. I think it was especially, you know, when the Russian aggression against Ukraine started, where we, in Austria at least, we did not know what to believe in. If there was like sabotages in the pipelines, what does it mean for us? And everyone is looking at politicians to solve the problem. So it can create a huge distortion in the government, right? It can actually lead to re-elections at the end. So it's a weapon which can be used, and we in Austria we try, or as you said, we're part of the rapid alert system, where we try to cooperate with other countries on the EU level as well. But it will also involve the huge platforms at the end to some sort of. I know we're moving into policy later on, but that is something where I'm really grateful for this kind of alliance, where we are aware of that this problem is there, and that there is something. Of course, it has been there already in the past, but now it's just faster due to technological advancements. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for this first round. Now I would like to take a bit a closer look into the toolbox, so to say. Given the different jobs you have, each of you is confronted with the problem in a peculiar way, as a politician, as an academic, civil servant, or diplomat. And this is why I would like to know more about your strategies and to confront it and to deal with it. And I would like to start with you, Mr. Launsky-Tieffenthal, as you are certainly the most experienced person here on this panel. You have seen it all, have been a diplomat since the Cold War. You had posts all over the world, including the role as UN Under-Secretary for Public Affairs. And how do you deal with fake news in a world where once fake news, as we dramatically see now in the case of Russia's war of annihilation in Ukraine, are the other ones facts. And I'm not only talking about Russia, but also about large parts of the non-Western world where our views of this conflict are not at all shared. How can we deal with this situation?
Well, I would try to identify a couple of areas which I'm sure will be very familiar to most of you. We believe that first and foremost raising awareness among the public at large, but probably beginning at a very early age at schools, at universities, not just on how do we deal with social media and with this wave of information that we are facing on a day-to-day basis, but also what is it that we can do to differentiate between what is fact and what is fake news. I think that is one important aspect. The second very important aspect, since you're a representative of the media, is a wide variety of quality media and the freedom of opinion, the freedom of expression that is being ensured by the international community. I think credible media play a very, very important role. Thirdly, what's required probably are institutions that we trust, and Ivan made a reference to the fact that one of the most dangerous victims, or one of the victims of fake news, is the public trust in institutions. The good news is, since you made a reference to the United Nations, that the UN's websites, the pages that have been opened by viewers has gone up dramatically in the last 2.5 years since the beginning of the pandemic, which could be or is being interpreted as the desire to verify news and to seek advice or guidance by an institution that has existed over a long period of time and has built up a certain trust among the public domain. Another element is to make use of exactly the very same technology that the attackers are making use of in terms of applying artificial intelligence. In the Austrian context, we're working very closely with the Austrian Institute of Technology, and with their help to be able to identify, for example, deepfake videos that are being attributed to politicians and other important decision makers around the world. All these, and I'm sure many more steps need to be taken to counteract the efforts to rebuild trust in existing institutions, and to clearly point out where to go if I want to be sure that those are facts and not fake news.
Mr. Káčer, as a foreign minister, you have certainly been confronted with the blatant lies and fake news in your work. I would like to know, how can you stay diplomatic when you are being lied straight to your face? What are your strategies when you witness the dissemination of fake news, for example, at a press conference with a colleague, the Russian one, for example? What is your reaction, and what would you wish fellow politicians should do in such a case? Should they ignore? Should they oppose, confront, engage in a dialogue, although they know it's futile? What is the most effective strategy for politicians to publicly counter fake news?
In politics, the fake news, it's often creatively used by part of the politics. So this is not that politicians face fake news, but politicians often create fake news as a weapon. So it's becoming more and more evident as a part of inventory. When you spoke of the toolbox, how to fight, this is becoming toolbox of politicians of their own internal political fights. So this is a problem. This is a serious issue. You ask me, I got the luxury not running in politics. I'm only part of politics. So it gives me luxury to be straightforward and sometimes ballistic. I can afford it. I don't have to calculate. I just don't care. And I try to use this luxury and try to confront people when they lie. But it's very hard, because if we already live in a society with a high level of mistrust, as Ivan was hinting, and we lead there. So we move in the world which is highly poisoned here. And we even see, as a part of the media, being part of the black PR campaign here. You got people who would having their own business model based on being part of black PR and distributing the fake news. So it's an extremely complex environment when you got part of politics which is evidently using fake news as a tool in their toolbox. What the Secretary General was saying, the quality of education and critical thinking, we in Slovakia have hugely underestimated it, and we don't do it right. You know, our level of education was falling down, and in what we call, when I was in the United States, my son went to elementary and middle school, and I was surprised what was the quality, at least in his school, what was quality of education for what they call the education for citizenship. We don't do it at all. Our kids are raised often confused in what it means to be responsible citizens and what institutions do and what they are responsible for. And I think here we need to spend much higher quality on critical thinking and also education in exact science.
So we can learn something from the communist regime.
Well, you know, we used to have a good education in technical sciences in the communist regime, but in transition we haven't invested into a good citizenship education, what it means to be a responsible citizen, what tools you have at your own disposal. But I want to come back also to one thing, which is the quality of media, because it comes to politicians as well. Because now we have media in transition. We still have some of the old-fashioned media, so it means you got the address, you got the editor, and you got the responsibility. Because if you got people in media who would intentionally lie, you can make them responsible. So you can make it even as a case, as a legal case, etc. And sometimes people do, and sometimes they win, and they have to apologize, etc., etc. Though, as it was said, if it's done in the right moment of time, if it's done 2 weeks before the election moment, you know, you may be right and you may prove you were right, but if this information was coming in the right moment of time, it can cause the damage. And you know, this was the case in Brexit actually, and in the Dutch referendum, because this was such a thin margin. This was in the divided, because there is weaponization, when Ivan was hinting. The aim of the weaponization is that you almost create identical division, almost 50-50. You create two camps which fight each other, and then you don't need to persuade 10 or 15% of people. Then you need a little margin, sometimes 1 or 2%, and you can flip the coin. And this is dangerous. And when it comes to media, we need to make that the media making or news making, because now everybody can do a news making. Now you got a computer, or even not a computer, you need your cell phone, and you can be at the hills of Kilimanjaro and do news making in the United States, influencing the presidential campaign, and extremely efficiently. But we need to make this as transparent as those traditional media which are owned with the address and having that responsibility. So again, coming to freedom of speech, have your freedom of speech, but we want to know who is talking, and then if you lie, then make you responsible for that, whether this is a public shame or legal case or anything in between. So that is one thing. And again, this is absolutely the key. That's an old principle. Do, if it's not a criminal offense, do whatever you like, but bear responsibility for your words and for your deeds.
Mr. Klíma, you have been a special advisor on media and disinformation for about a half year now. Could you tell us why your post was created, and what were the role models, and what have you already achieved in this short time?
Well, not much was achieved, I have to tell, first of all, because everything is very slow in the government. But speaking about media, which were mentioned here, I think the role of media is extremely important. We in the Czech Republic have a very bad situation in the media because the media became in the last 10 years ownership, you know, the Western owners which were there for 20 years, they disinvest, and the media became the ownership of different oligarchs who are the biggest oligarch, of course, is Mr. Babiš, the former prime minister, who used media for his political interests. But the biggest problem of oligarchs, they are cutting costs, so the media are less and less fulfilling their role of informing. And without strong media, without media which have respect of readers and viewers and listeners, the room is more and more given to the disinformation sources. So, being in Austria, I have to say that I am very deeply observing the situation of support of Austrian government of media. I know that there is a new law, changes of the media law in Austria, and I am observing it, and my intention is to bring the idea of support, because in Austria media are supported by the government, so I want to come with the idea of support of news media in the Czech Republic to have them stronger, and as I said, the strong media can have bigger influence on people and lowering the space for the disinformation sources. So that's one very important task, and there is of course much more. We are creating, as I said before, the network of strategic communication on different governmental bodies and ministries. The role of the strategic information again is to spread facts and lower the space for disinformation. Also, the system of state advertising should be changed, because in the past, under the last government, it was misused again for supporting the media which were supporting the government. We already made first time in a long time, we made a campaign about economic support for people, which was planned to wide range of media, also the small media which started in last years and which are independent. So different from past time. This is, according to my opinion, the right way how to use governmental money. So these are just examples, and I may say that it's a lot to be done. The problem is that the economic situation is not in favor of this, because the country, of course, as other countries, is faced with economic problems from the Russian war against Ukraine. So the government is not willing to spend much money on fighting disinformation and all this. What I explained. So it's a struggle and uneasy.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mr. Palathunkal. Mr. Klíma has already mentioned that the Austrian government has recently approved an overhaul of the system of state funding for media. And one of the main changes is the introduction of certain new eligibility criteria for media funding, such as the adherence to bodies of self-regulation. So these are quality criteria. Do you think this will help to combat fake news? And how do you see the criticism that says the state shouldn't meddle into media and shouldn't decide what are good media and what are bad media?
Mm-hmm. So when we started, we asked ourselves the question, how will the media landscape transform in the next years? So then we set out to work on a so-called digital transformation subsidy, which in the first year was 54 million and subsequent years 20 million. There it is for traditional media companies to transform into the digital area, so to say. So the projects which are announced there can involve big data projects or any form of AI, even articles which are generated by AI, anything what the fantasy allows. So that was a big puzzle, so to say, in that whole picture. Then regarding the quality criteria, I think it's for a politician or politics should not decide what quality is when it comes down to media. So we had a huge stakeholder process with a lot of experts involved, and then the basic results, which was just announced 2 weeks ago, was that we want to incentivize for good practices of journalism, good structures, quality measurement systems, the way the journalist is employed, because there we also have so to say, relations where journalists are only working half-time or some sort of are on many different projects, and there we wanted to make a point in terms of incentivizing structures. This package which was then announced is another 20 million package. It of course has to run to Parliament, of course, and has to be sent to the European Commission. But when it comes down to deepfake and disinformation, there, I'm actually really happy that we could convince certain ministers about the importance of that topic. There was an action plan communicated just in May, and it's about interministerial collaboration, so to say. Of course, you have the European Union coming into that area with the Digital Services Act and the terror content, so to say, regulations. And it's the good thing is things are moving and the awareness is created. One essential piece of tackling disinformation, strengthening resilience is, from my point of view, media literacy, because it comes down to every one of us how we judge news. And so that's one piece, and the other piece is, for me, strengthening journalists to do their work as they have been doing already, but also to provide them with the tools to give them fact-checking, more tools to work in that area. Also, data journalism is coming up. As I mentioned before, it's evolving very fast, and media policies in general are a place where you can't win anything, right? Everyone will be angry because they were not involved in it. But I can only say we try to build the picture what we want to achieve in the next years, right? Because things are moving and we have to react now.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Add one dimension to it, and the minister referred to it in his introductory remarks, that it also requires at an international level to create a legal framework for all of this. I think all of us have benefited a lot from digitalization during the pandemic and obviously even now. As a foreign ministry, we would not have been able to perform and provide the services that we are expected to provide to our citizens if we didn't have the opportunity to take advantage of digital technology. Most of the meetings were being held via video conferencing and so on, like I'm sure in the lives of most of you. And I wanted to mention it because it's an initiative of our three governments, Czech Republic, Slovakia and Austria, in the shape of a declaration on digital humanism. The idea of creating an international legal framework that would provide for tools how we could ensure a minimum of human control over digital technologies, whether that's in the context of weapon systems. People talk about so-called laws, lethal, autonomous weapon systems that can function without control at this stage. But that's also true when it comes to the dissemination of fake news and how we can counter it. So basically introducing a rule of law basis in dealing with fake news and, as was being mentioned repeatedly, to be able to hold responsible those who perpetrate these crimes.
Thank you. I would like to conclude the second round with you. You were a bit gloomy in your first words because you said that there is, I paraphrase, a thirst for fake news in everyone. So what do you make about of all those proposals we've heard? We have to go back to social control, like in a village, more money for good media, international legal initiatives. Are you convinced that this could help?
No, this is helping because you are trying to understand what is going on. And you're never going to try to understand what is going on if you're not trying certain policies. Probably some are going to work, others not, but you're not simply basically watch it. In my view, four things have changed dramatically. One is the type of the information that we are getting. It's much more visual. And it is going to be more and more visual. And as a result of it, the emotional impact that you have is very different. Listen, this one thing to read that 100 people have been killed somewhere. It's totally different to have a video in which you see some of these people being killed, which means that basically societies as societies are going to be much more vulnerable if this information turns to be wrong. And somebody mentioned artificial intelligence. With the artificial intelligence, we're in a totally different game. You really can create a reality that is going to take weeks before we're sure that this is not a deep fake. So you basically have a possibility to go directly to the emotions of the people. So from this point of view, it's not simply information. Information makes it much more intellectual and cold. The other is speed. I am somebody who does not use social media, but there are not many like me. As a result of it, basically the policymakers and the ordinary citizens are getting the news at the same time. And some of the news can be right, could be wrong. The pressure to react immediately is incredible. And this is a totally different game. So when you say also, there is one thing that I do believe it's missing in our way to try basically to respond, and this is not to become the victim of your own propaganda. I do believe our Russian colleagues are a good example that when you overdo certain things, you're basically becoming the victim out of it. They were so successful basically convincing us, but also themselves, that the Ukrainian society is totally dysfunctional, that they don't have any capacity to resistance, that at the end of the day they start believing it. But from this point of view, we are also not invulnerable to this type of propaganda on our own side, because this is about war. And keep in mind, it's not new. Starting from the Middle Ages, spreading defeatist rumors in a city under siege was a crime that was punished by death. So we are not discovering something that is not there. Any war is a clash between wills, contest of wills, and in a certain way trying to break the will of the other side is quite often what the war is about. So as a result of it, this is going to be critically important. So when we're trying and be very careful how we are creating a defense mechanism against somebody trying basically to break the will of your own society, to try to weaponize mistrust. By the way, to a great extent, this mistrust is locally produced. Bulgarians were ready basically to believe many lies because their governments have been for the last years lying too often to them. So it's not that everything comes from outside. But I do believe we should have also a mechanism to also check the information that fits our own expectations. How to fight the confirmation bias in such a short period of decision making. This is the biggest problem, and this is the difference between people like me, that you can say this and you go home, and the other people on this panel that basically should take decisions on the base of it. And some of these decisions should be taken in a 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. You should react, and you're forced to react, because if you're not reacting, you're already reacting.
Even you should be preemptive.
Absolutely.
Cases.
To work the reaction, no?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like in crisis management. The first thing you do.
Let's give you one example. In a certain way, what was interesting when the war started, and for me this was one of the very interesting cases, as you know, during the beginning basically of the war in Iraq, it was basically very strong suspicions that the American intelligence was politicized, and they lost a lot of reputation as a result of it. And then you have the fact that it was basically the success of the American intelligence when it comes to this war, basically to provide the public in a real time with the information that turned to be right, that is very much changing the game. So from this point of view, it's not that you can say anything with no cost. Reputation still matters, particularly when it comes to big issues. But of course, it's not easy to check everything, and of course, people can be wrong. From time to time, not every wrong judgment or every wrong information is disinformation. Somebody put it very importantly, it is the intention. All of us can get something wrong. But when we do something that we know that is wrong, just in order to affect the situation, it's different.
Mm-hmm. Yes, even intentional and unintentional killing in penal code makes a different judgment at the end, yes.
Totally. Mm-hmm. Of course, not for the one who is killed.
That's it.
Well, you said that spreading the defeatism was a capital offense. We are not at this stage now, but who knows? But there are measures that are very radical that have been taken in this war. For example, the outright ban of some media outlets, Russian media, and I would like to know your opinion on this. Do you think this is a good measure, or do you think the EU is undermining her credibility as a champion for human rights and democracy by doing it? And do you think, would it be possible also to ban domestic media, because we are only banning the media of the adversary, of the foe? Who wants to start?
Who's going to ban first?
I think the question is not about banning media, but about banning propaganda and disinformation channels, because we have to have some measures what is media, and media must act according some professional standards. And the number one professional standard is not to spread intentional lies. So if we are in the Czech Republic, the situation is that we really have about 25 or 30 local disinformation channels, which are not directly connected with Russia Today or Sputnik or whatever. They are taking the content of it, but they are mostly owned by Czech owners. And according my opinion, these channels, these websites are not media. They are simply disinformation channels. Yeah, so I don't have any problems with acting against it, and I don't think that it's against the freedom of opinion, because they are not expressing opinions, they are simply expressing untruths.
Anyone else?
You know, the internal and external, because internal you could not, or well, we should not sanction. We should deal with penal code and criminal procedures, but outside, I think it's absolutely legitimate, and it's a part of a sanction mechanism to me, because we should really stress and realize that we already crossed the Rubicon. this is the war. And when you watch the intentions, and we know this war was not intended to stop at the borders of Ukraine. And even if it was, it's the war which is against the principles of which Europe is settled after the World War II. And we cannot let this go wild, because we will undermine everything on which our house stands. So we are part of the war, and we should apply the tools out of the toolbox which are used during the war, and sanction is one of those. And we apply sanctions physically for deliveries of goods, and also we sanction concrete people who support the war. And absolutely it's logical to sanction the enemy media. And when you watch what Mr. Soloviev in his talk shows and others, this is that is something which is absolutely horrendous. On one side, of course, that will be nice to see it here, so people will get alerted and they will not be that mild or negligent on that, because if somebody is watching that, it will raise you off the chair. But truth is that we should not let it go wild. Another question, much more complicated question, is what we do inside. Because then we come to definition, what is the media, truly, because the news making is done over, young generation is watching much more TikTok and YouTube channel than anything else. It's truly not watching the traditional media anymore. And again, it's a difference. If you have a media which got the address and direct responsibility under all of the laws, and those who do media or a kind of media outreach through various anonymous channels, and a lot of those which Mr. Advisor mentioned, the web pages in particular. This is something what we know by our intelligence, that this is paid by Russian sources, and it's used for intended it's weaponized information. The problem is that even shutting down the web page, in our case we did it, but then this was legally not completely, this was legally highly questionable, because we face new situation. We don't have legal tools completely clean how to face this. I don't think this was fully functional, because all of those webs are immediately rechanneled, and even more people don't go www.shitstorm.com, they turn on the social media and it goes through there. And here we come to the point which we mentioned couple of times already here, that if we do not come to the regulation internationally, this is global world. So we may stop the web pages in Czech Republic or in Slovakia, but those who are thirsty, they will find it. They will find it through about 1 zillion other channels. So here again, we come to the same point. If we do not have the proper initiatives, at least at the level of EU, where I would wish this was beyond a kind of transatlantic regulation, we will not be able. We will not be efficient in fighting this.
You mentioned we are all at war, not just on the battlefield, but effectively it's this war of narratives that is happening, and irrespective of the fact...
It's harming us. It's harming us.
And it's harming us. We recently came back from South Africa to talk to the South Africans about this war in Ukraine and the effect it has on the lives of people in Southern Africa. They very much understand that we are concerned with the violation of sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine, while at the same time they buy into the Russian narrative that the sanctions are the root cause of the hardships for the people in Southern Africa, rather than the underlying aggression that provoked the sanctions as a result. So irrespective on how many media outlets one were to close down, in the end it remains a battle of narratives. We recently had this horrible story about Ukrainians traveling in bus services from Ukraine to Austria to benefit from social services before returning to Ukraine. Clearly a completely false information and fake news, but also with the intention to undermine the unity and the support for unity among European Union and the West. as well as sort of undermine the support for Ukraine in this difficult situation. So this battle of narratives will have to be given a lot more attention. And as we said earlier on, it seems easier to create fake news than to counter it effectively. And I think all the measures that have been proposed could make a small contribution to change the equation.
And even on the top of all of this, when I come back to this hate crime which happened in Slovakia, and when you would look into this manifesto this GAR produced, and Breivik in Norway produced manifesto, some of these crazy guys, they produce manifestos. So there is an ideology behind. And when you look into this ideology, this is not only we speak of war in Russia and Ukraine as a disinformation used for that, but it's even internal democracy issue, because these people, they want to destroy the constitutional system as we have it, and they claim it, and they openly declare it in the manifestos that they want to destroy the constitutional system as we have it. And here we got it's a duty. When I look what we have the state for, if we have it for nothing else, because I'm the guy who trusts that the state should be minimal, with a minimal competence, because people are not that stupid. They can handle a lot of things on a communal level, at the higher county level, etc., etc. But if I would strip down state of all of the competence, this one will remain to protect the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and constitutional order. But even here we are very weak. We have even intelligence gathered enough, and it's very hard to handle, guys, because you may have out of 1,000 these crazy people, those who would dream of that and will never come to action, but we may have one out of 1,000 who would cause horror like Breivik did. So we, not even on a larger scale, but sometimes with democracies, we feel, where is the line you walk to be tolerant to the intolerance, which is the aim, which is the goal, which is the end product of all of this. Here we even do not have a clear line.
Mr. Krastev, we wanted to add something.
I just wanted to say that for me, all this banning does not have much impact on how much Russian information is getting into our society. It was much more symbolic politics. And symbolic politics is just communicating to your own societies that you're in a war. And this is not easy to be seen, because, to be honest, we're in a war and we are not in a war. Secondly, this was part of reciprocity for what the Russians did with our media. But be certain, this is very important. You are totally right that if there is a line, when it is crossed, where we're losing resilience. And from this point of view, Russia itself is a great example. When they basically banned anybody who is going to use the word war with respect to what is happening in Ukraine, you end up in the level of ridiculous. And there is nothing more demoralizing in a certain way for doing this. I was told by colleagues that in the first 2 weeks after the war, the most popular search in Yandex, this is the Russian version of Google, was Nazi. What is a Nazi? And this is very important. So from this point of view, this kind of a banning are not going to stop either basically the information coming from Russia Today and others. They're signaling to your own society that the game is very different, that you are in a war not in Europe, but in a war with Europe. But then you should keep enough alternative sources of information, because otherwise, at some point, you're risking an overreaction of society. And I do believe that this is what we saw with Russia also during the mobilization story. People need to have a variety of information, what's going around, because otherwise, at some point, they can freak out.
Before we go to the audience for some question, I would like to ask one last question for the panel. This panel brings together representatives from the Slavkov group countries, Czechia, Slovakia, and Austria. And I would like to know where are the similarities and differences in this group of states when it comes to disinformation, to the problem, and also the strategies how to fight it. Does the different historic development of those countries still play a role? One can understand that sometimes romantic or also irrational Russophile tendencies in Austria are in place. Tomorrow is the national holiday where we celebrate how the Russians gave us our freedom back after the Second World War. But how is it possible that malign Russian activities can take root in countries that were forced to live under Moscow's yoke for more than 4 decades? Who wants to start? Maybe Mr. Klíma.
Well, I think that you just answered your question, because we lived so long time under the occupation of the evil empire. The many people accommodated to it and were grown up under the influence of Russian propaganda. And what we are facing now is nothing else than the continuation of Russian propaganda. The communist regime was preventing people from getting free information, was jamming foreign radio stations and so on. And although people were mostly listening foreign radio and reports by Misha, Glenny and others, still for many people it was like, you know, they of course were under influence of the Russian propaganda, and they were often saying, well, the truth is probably somewhere in between, which is the intention of the Russian propaganda. They do not need people to trust everything, but just the intention is not to be sure where the truth is.
Allow me to contradict you a little bit on Austria's National Day. I think we believe it's the day after the last occupying soldier had left Austrian soil. So in a sense it was not celebrating the liberation in that sense from Russia, or Russia's contribution to winning against the Nazi regime. But it was really to regain independence and freedom.
Yeah, this is what
from the occupying forces. And it was not focused on Russia alone. No, what I wanted to say is I would have been 32 years old in 1989, and I'm sure I would have looked at developments in the region right now quite differently if we hadn't had the fortune of sort of coming out on, if I may say, on the right side of the Iron Curtain. Yeah. And that is particularly true with regard to the role of Ukraine. I understand that Ukraine, even though for us geopolitically it may have been a smart move to remain neutral between Russia and Western Europe and the transatlantic relationship, but having had that experience from a life behind the Iron Curtain, I understand this aspiration of wanting to move closer to the European Union and even as a last resort into NATO. There's a certain understanding for that approach. And with regard to Austria, I think all of our countries, all three of us, stand very firmly behind Ukraine, behind the sanctions against Russia. There is no tolerance, zero tolerance against this aggression. We fully support both the humanitarian dimension as well as the support for the displaced people who've come to Austria in this particular case. We are even enabling the support of military equipment by allowing NATO countries to transport equipment through Austria from one NATO country into another NATO country. The only thing where we may differ a little bit is that we recognize the fact that a post-Putin Russia will geographically still where Russia happens to be today. And there will be a day after tomorrow when it will be necessary to interact with the Russians, and I'm talking now about the population, I'm talking about civil society, the business community, the media, but not about the actual regime of today. And I think maybe it's a little easier for us to look at it that way, But in the same way as we talk about the fact that the Ukrainian border is just 400 kilometers away from here, Russia is a little bit further away, but still geographically it will retake its place in Europe, or large parts of Russia, and we will have to deal with it somehow after this end of this conflict.
There is similarities and there is differences. You could celebrate, or the Soviet role, or the Red Army role in your liberation can be seen differently here, because you in a sense, you stayed free, so you could use the word that you were liberated. To me, this was a liberation, was part of 40 years communist propaganda, because I never felt, I'm coming of that type of family background, that in our family this was never felt as a liberation. This was felt as they contributed substantially to the to pull down Nazi regime and to push off Nazis, but they haven't brought freedom to us. They didn't bring freedom to us, because right after front passed from Czechoslovakia, and 10,000 people were taken to gulags on no ground. Most of them died. And then we got communist regime for 40 years, even topped up with a direct occupation in '68. So to me, we got more right to be a little more paranoid about Russians. That is first thing. It's absolutely justified, that. So second thing, and let me be very open, here in Austria there are two different elements on top of that. One is that Russia was heavily present here in economic terms in the last year, so there was a lot of investment, and there is quite a heavy footprint of Russians here, and it translates into politics and public mood, whether you like it or not, or you want it or not. This was not that type of reality here. In Czech Republic, a little more when we see some of these lázně, well, but it's got a different connotation, so the effect was not the same. And there is one strong mythology about Austrian neutrality, because, you know, Austria is based on this mythology. It's very much part of your who you are. But truth is that is a mythology, because neutral means that you were preventing yourself being attacked from somewhere else. Well, there was the only direction where attack was realistic, and that was from Soviet Union, from nowhere else. I don't think that in the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s and 90s, United States, France, Italy, Germany, or whoever who was part of NATO would want to invade NATO. On the contrary, even if Austria was neutral, if Soviet Union, say in '68, they wouldn't stop in Czechoslovakia, but would like to give you a lesson of good behavior and want to cross the border, I'm very confident that NATO at the time would have acted for that. So there are some levels of perceptions which are not the same, and here let me be self-critical. We did also research. This is not only what I think. Slovakia is the most vulnerable, all three of us, for disinformation. So whatever is reading, and they will be hard to say, but Slovakia is here in Central Europe the most vulnerable. On a larger scale, Bulgaria probably, Romania is not very good. Greece is horrible when we look at that. But here in this particular region of Central Europe, Slovakia is the most vulnerable. Czechs are a little better, but not dramatically better, but still much better off than Slovakia. Poles are the most resistant. We see some very bad dynamics in Hungary in the last year or two, which is not good. They used to be much more resistant. So there are little differences, but bottom line here I would agree 100%. This is the bottom line, because on the policy lines we are extremely close, and that's it. And what is good sign to me, and I have to appreciate it being here in Vienna, and I mentioned during my meeting, first meeting with your minister, Schallenberg, we value very much that Austria is coming to be much more active player in European and international politics through the region. So you much more active in this S3, C5 format, these regional formats of cooperation. Austria some years ago was much shyer to be part of this. And the last couple of years is much bolder, much more active, and we like it. It's very good. It's good news to have these regional formats, which contributes more to stronger Europe and seeks solution, as you precisely mentioned.
Thank you.
Thank you. I understand that you have to leave on time because there is a government.
Yeah, I have my meeting with my prime minister as I come back, because and I explained we have minority government, and tomorrow we have governmental meeting, and I have 2 points on the agenda. So we need to do more diplomacy than usual before. So
yeah. So I would like to give the audience the possibility to ask a question. Just a short one. Yes.
Shall I?
Yeah.
I'll do it without a microphone, or here it comes. Here it comes. I'm just a little bit concerned that we may be being a bit binary here, understanding fake news to mean Russian propaganda. If we look at the United States, for example, arguably the biggest purveyor of fake news is Fox News. It is owned by an American citizen who's a billionaire. We know where he lives. He has also worked in the United Kingdom. In the United Kingdom, 80% of the print media were keen supporters of Brexit, and they were frequently repeating the outright lies of the Leave campaign, for example, about Turkish membership of the European Union, and so on and so forth. What the Russians are doing, it seems to me, is observing where the demand that Ivan talks about exists in our societies, and it's just throwing its, sixpence worth into the mix. But the problem of fake news in the United Kingdom and the United States, certainly, and I would argue some other countries as well, is actually homegrown, or at least at the very least, originally from Australia and coming via the United Kingdom to the United States. That's where fake news is happening in a primary sense.
British Empire. Excellent.
I would just propose that we maybe collect some questions. Miroslava wanted to say something because she was chairing the side event. There is a side event to this conference at the IWM in the morning. Stakeholders from civil service, disinformation platforms, NGOs and media were discussing about what to do against disinformation and fake news, and I would like to ask you, maybe you could say something about the conclusions and the recommendations.
Thank you very much. Yes, I was a participant. My name is Miroslava Saviris. I'm the director of the strategic communications from the Government Office of Slovakia. The discussion was very interesting because it was a mixture of, I think, Central European perspectives and Western Balkan perspectives, and I think those two perspectives were divergent, I think Central Europeans, our Czech friends, also Mr. Klíma, I think we are in a similar boat when it comes to trying to find a solution to the distrust that is at the core of this issue by building up our strategic communication capabilities. But then for quite understandable reasons, I think people from NGO sector or journalists perceive it as a risky move, to build up capacities for strategic communication at a state level, because once these capacities are essentially, taken over by undemocratic government, then you are basically giving them capabilities to actually roll this out even on a larger scale. So I think these were like the more contentious points. But now I would like to come back to what was said at this panel. Thank you very much for this interesting discussion. I agree that this is essentially a crisis of legitimacy, combined with the revolution caused by the social media, combined with malign actors who simply use the opportunities that are here. But my question is, are we really doing enough? And are we really looking at the responsibility of digital platforms enough? Because I know that at the European level we've got a Digital Services Act, but so far, you know, it's going to be implemented in the next, I don't know, few years. And to me, it doesn't really go that far enough. We haven't really touched upon the fact that the crisis that this polluted information space creates in our democracies is very costly. You know, it costs capacities, it causes crises. We've got 2 dead people. You know, we've got result of a terror attack in Slovakia. So my question is, shouldn't digital platforms be also essentially, in a way, paying for the fact that they are allowed to essentially have this economic business model that is damaging to our democracies? Because so far, I don't see much, you know, buy-in from their side, even though we are trying, you know, but the response has not been great.
You mean multinational platforms?
Digital platforms, large digital platforms that operate in here, but also smaller ones, you know, Telegram, TikTok, you know, plenty of others to mention as well.
Maybe another question? Is there any?
Yes, thank you. During this discussion, I haven't heard the word cyber war. And I think many people in Central and especially Western Europe don't realize that we have been declared war. Of course, cyber war is a part of the warfare today. And I'm speaking here now, I'm sorry to say that, maybe not sorry, I'm probably one of the oldest persons in this room. I was born 2 years before the Hitler-Stalin Pact. I have lived in 5 countries. I call them homelands, but in the first one, I experienced during several years as a boy, Stalinism. How many people have experienced Stalinism in this room? Please, I would like to hear. The Soviet rule was not exactly the same as Stalinism. And I'm looking back now to the time of Stalin. At that time, there was a BBC World Service, there was the Voice of America, and the United States were hoped for to save the West. In fact, today, if I speak to people in German-speaking countries especially, but also in Western Europe, they have never heard of the so-called Land Lease Bill. How many people in this room know that? That in fact, Stalin would have never had his victory without the incredibly enormous help by the United States. So I think that before speaking about Brexit, about Trump and so on, we should look at the geopolitical situation in Europe and see what can we do against the war declaration against the West by Putin. And I think we are not ready, neither in classical terms of war, nor in the terms of cyber war. Thank you.
Another question?
Thank you very much. I'm Rafael from the Upper. The gunman of Bratislava on the 12th October, from the 12th of October, was actually radicalized in far-right forums, and as well in Austria we have the phenomenon of far-right Telegram groups, mostly of anti-vax people, who often advocate for violence against politicians or journalists. My question is, how could governments react to these far-right echo chambers, and would it be possible to take down websites or platforms like this, even if they're stationed, if they're hosted from another country?
Is there another question? Okay, so I give it to you. The question were about do the digital platforms have to pay, about homemade fake news in the United States and United Kingdom, and about the war, if you want to answer it.
Ivan, go ahead.
I'll just go on the idea of the war, because in a certain way the problem is that governments, you said, have capacities. Government can have incredible capacities. Chinese government is the best demonstration of it. The problem is how we are going to basically reconcile the possibility of a social control which never existed before with the idea of a kind of a free society. And this is the issue. It's not that the government does not have capacity anymore to do it if they decide it and if legally it's going to be decided. And by the way, from this point of view, COVID was a great example of this, to see how far the surveillance states can go if you decide to go. The problem is how we're going to keep our way of life. And as a result of it, this is not a question as an expert question. This is basically a negotiation within a society, because you have a real risk coming from a radicalized group, totally. You think what is happening in the United States, basically people being killed on a daily basis somewhere. This cannot go like this with small societies. As a result of it, I do believe this is going to be the biggest political debate that we're going to have in every of our societies, how far you can go, what kind of government you can trust, that it is not going to be used against their political opponents. We had during a recent, basically here, discussion and festival in Vienna that the Institute organized a story about how Pegasus have been used by the Spanish government against the Catalans. So as a result of it, you are back to the basic story of what you're doing with the state. But it is not incapable state. And of course, I want to go back to the story of East Austria versus Eastern Europe and the war. Because being Bulgarian, talking about vulnerability and also traditional pro-Russia sentiments, Bulgarian nationalism always was pro-Russian and anti-Turkish. And this is a reality that basically is there. But in a certain way, there is an important risk in Europe which we are not talking about. And this is that as a result of our narrative, what is happening in this war, you're ending up with three different groups of basically how we see the legitimate outcome. There are those realists who said it is enough Russia not to win, Ukraine not to lose, and basically the war not to broaden. There are those who basically believe that the war there cannot be peace if Putin and his regime is still there, but also there are those who believe that there cannot be a viable peace if Russia is going to be in their current borders. These three narratives, which exist on our side, they can divide in a certain way European position much more than any Russian propaganda, because they're rooted in different historical experiences. And the question, what we see, is it a Putin's war or it is a Russian's war? This is a very important discussion, and it comes from a very different experiences. And of course, to be honest, I do believe strategically, by the way, the Americans don't have this debate. For Americans, this is very much a Cold War narrative. It is an evil regime and Russian people are good people. This is how the Cold War was about. But of course, this is not the Ukrainian debate. So, and you can like or dislike it, but this is a reality. So from this point of view, when we talk about common position, we do not have a common narrative. This is the story. We have a common narrative who started it and who is to be blamed. And by the way, nevertheless, even in countries like Bulgaria, there is no kind of lack of understanding whose war it is. How the war should end in order Europe to benefit, this is the other question that I do believe is going to come up to us, and it is worth discussing.
Misha, you hit nail on, and probably this has been made up a little bit by Biden administration, but you're absolutely right. Ron Asmus wrote a book before titled Strange Bedfellows. It was about something else, but this would be a perfect description of what was going on here. I remember times when I was in Budapest in some critical years, 2013 until 2018, and we saw Steve Bannon traveling around Europe, raising substantial money in the United States, in these Christian conservative circles, in this Bible Belt, and paying in Europe the creation of a coalition of alt-right parties in Europe. And of course, this was weird. I think for him this was a combination of love and reason, because he loved that and he also made nice money on it. So he was very efficient business dealer on this. So he found the audience, he found the way, and he raised quite substantial money. But we saw it translated into Trumpist politics and capturing of important part of the Republican Party, and they haven't gone from this even until today. It's not gone yet. We are only buying some time, and we don't know how this is ending up. And when we would look around, we see Viktor Orban betting that Trump will come back, and he's going all in on this scenario. It's not only betting little money; he's betting everything on this, and we underestimate. And of course, this is feeding some of the old European paranoias that the United States are not wishing for strong Europe and united Europe, and they'll do anything to divide it. So they want peace in Europe, but not strong Europe, which I don't think it's completely reality, but this kind of behavior is only supporting these old paranoias of ours. And you are right that in the same bed, strange fellows were meeting hand in hand, and this was GRU and KGB guys meeting the alt-right people who are not unsubstantial in the United States, and this is absolutely valid point. And it's little make-up, but we're not over this, and we need to be honest. And when I talk to my American friends, I always make this point, always, and I say, you completely lost your mind. What are you doing? You're completely out of your mind. You want to destroy the world on which you depend. And this will, that boomerang will hit your head, whether you like it or not. So you made a good, and I have no reply on that, because this is an open game. We just think it's not, but it's coming, and it will be coming back. And on far right, well, Ivan made the point. Probably we need more, a much better intelligence on that, but truly without international cooperation again. We cannot get over, because when we would look what was happening with this guy, he shot 2 guys on the street, and he was actively tweeting to his community, which was probably spread through a couple of countries, and they were actively pushing him to kill more and to do more, which is criminal offense in all of our countries. But if we do not have efficient cooperation, if we are not able to track these people and go after them and put them in jail, there's nothing else, then we will stay vulnerable again. But this is not only a social platform's responsibility, as was point made, and I absolutely agree. They do little, and we have tools how to pressure them more. We are rather lacking a consensus among all of us to push, but if we do have that consensus, we can push very efficiently for them. If we do not have the responsibility and cooperation of the social platforms, a good intelligence sharing and very fast coordination of the effort of the law enforcement efforts, and on the top of that, guarantees that this is not going to be used as Pegasus for internal fights, then we will see more killings, and I'm afraid we will see more killings. This is not to be done fast. Sorry, I'll skip probably declaration on or Putin. I forgot. I got one idea on that, but I already forgot it. You're older than me, but I'm more Alzheimeric than you are. I got some idea. Well, maybe it will come to me. Sorry.
Just very quickly on the question of cyber crime, or cyber war, as you rightly put it. The Austrian Foreign Ministry in early 2020 was the target of the largest ever cyber attack of any Austrian institution so far. Not just headquarters, but all our 100 embassies were affected around the world. And it was thanks to the kind of cooperation the minister just referred to that we were able to respond. First of all, we got an early alert by international Western services who made us aware of the attempt. We were working very closely with IT experts to develop and identify the malware which was being applied to enter our system. We jointly developed a software to protect the system after we've cleaned it off. And all of this happened together. So yes, you're absolutely right. It's a major issue. And there's hardly a day when there is not a renewed effort to attack the system and get hold of data, be they in the context of European Union, of the war, of the sanctions, and many other issues. On the question of making people pay for digital platforms who spread fake news, one effort was to create a legal framework international legal framework that would clearly identify what types of crimes that are being committed and what type of sanctions are attached to those crimes. I tried to refer to relate it to the Foreign Ministry. The most popular part of our website are the travel is the travel advisory. Millions and millions of Austrians are seeking advice from the website. And obviously in countries where we believe that it's dangerous to travel, we issue a travel warning, and the travel warning is connected to a reference that we cannot provide consular and support services in a country where there's a travel warning, and should people travel there anyway, and we try to help them, they have to pay for those services. And so the correlated, if one were able to identify the crimes committed by a website based on this international legal framework, in the end the court would have to decide whether that was fake news, intentional fake news. So it's a complicated process, but it would be possible to do it, clearly. Thank you.
Maybe the media regulators want to add something on this question of the digital platforms?
I would just like to answer that, because on the European Commission level, actually Vera Jourova and Thierry Breton, they issued this ethical code of conduct towards fighting disinformation, and there the big platforms have also signed it. So it's a huge step, of course. Yeah, at least it at least signals some interest. But of course, we have the Digital Services Act, which is now being being put into Austrian law. Then we have the Medium Freedom Act, which is now has just been pushed. And there we are also, the Austrian position, of course, in that sense, is that the member states, of course, have to be independent in the sense, but I also truly believe in a fast-paced environment. Without the platforms, it will be very difficult. And the same actually goes to the national regulating bodies when it comes to taking down websites, because that's also when politicians are very if it's stated in law, it's much easier if it depends on certain criteria. And there, of course, I think, as you said, the cooperation on that level is important, because it can, we live in a globalized digital nomad world, right? So it becomes more difficult to track it down. So we also need to level up our cyber skills or hacking skills. I was formerly working for Deutsche Bank, and there I know that we employed hackers based on their qualities to hack Deutsche Bank. So it's kind of, when we can track these things down, I think we can be creative. Yeah.
Well, I just want to agree that we are in the war, which was declared against us by Kremlin, and we have to defend ourselves much stronger than we do. And if we do not defend ourselves, we will once wake up in the Russian influence again. So I think it's very important to fight and to defend ourselves in this information and disinformation war.
Thank you. Well, I'm afraid we have to wrap up now, but before we go into the coffee break, I would like all of you to give me a conclusion in just one sentence. Please tell us, what is the main takeaway from the discussion? What have you learned in this session?
What I learned is it's not going to be easy.
Okay. If I should take only one, that disinformation, it's a serious tool, which is a tool of act of aggression, act of enemy. This is an enemy behavior, and it should be taken like that with full consequences and not lightly.
We can only solve it together.
That's what I wanted to say, that it's not that it's not fight of one country, and it's we should defend together.
Exactly, cooperation and collaboration. Yeah.
So thank you very much for the panelists, and thank you for the audience. And now we have earned a break.
Thank you. All the best for your meeting.
Pleasure all.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Katarína Klingová. I'm a senior research director, senior research fellow at GlobeSec. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much to the organizers for organizing this, especially Institute for Human Sciences, the Slovak Embassy in Vienna, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and Erste Stiftung. During the first panel, we heard a lot about Central Europe. This panel is going to be focusing on Western Balkans, and I'm extremely honored to be, leading this debate with such a distinguished speaker. So let me start with the ladies and introduce to you Miss Jasna Jelisić. She's the head of Western Balkan Task Force at the European External Action Service Strategic Communication Division. Before she joined the diplomacy, she was an award-winning journalist, so we are very happy to have her here. I would like to also introduce to you Ms. Adelheid Wölfl. She's a long-term correspondent for the Standard, and she's been covering the Central Eastern Europe. I would also love to welcome also Mr. Ivan Vejvoda. He's a permanent fellow and the head of Europe's Future program at the Institute for Human Sciences, but he has a vast experience in both NGO and public sector, including being an advisor to the Serbian government. And last but not least, I would like to welcome here Mr. Vuksanović. He's a senior research fellow at the Belgrade Center for Security Policy, but he's also an associate at the London School of Economics Ideas, which is a foreign policy think tank. Thank you very much for being here and for joining me today for this debate. We have an hour and a half. At the end, I would give the floor to the audience. And at 6 o'clock, after the closing remarks, we're going to have a bit of a wine. So please do not run away, but stay here for continuation of debates with a bit of a glass of wine, depending on your preference. So my first question to the distinguished speakers would be, we heard what is the state of play in Central Europe. Western Balkans is a bit different sphere. How different it is? What can we observe in the region? And how much did it change with the war? I'll start with, let's start from the left. Mr. Vejvoda.
Well, first of all, thank you very much. It's great to be on this panel with the colleagues here. Well, first of all, a German sociologist, Helmut Plessner, called, and I think it's applicable to our region, of belated nations. So, to put it crudely, we come late to the show. These were nations that were created before states, and I recommend Misha Glenny's book on the Balkans if you want a good read. So there's a series of issues that are both historical or political, anthropological, that make it that when the return to Europe began in Central and Eastern Europe, our country that no longer exists, or at least a country of some of us called Yugoslavia, decided to go the wrong way on the highway and decided to rectify, as some of these people said, the wrongs that were done in history to them. Of course, a ludicrous project that ended in a war, a violent breakdown, and one country became 7 countries. And of course, in the meanwhile, while quote-unquote we were doing war, the others were hurrying to Europe, and so we missed that train and came very late to it, basically starting in 2000 with the fall of Milosevic. I won't go into the details of how all that happened. But I would say that democracy in Serbia in particular came to pass at that moment, and that's important because in our mini region, and we used to be, I think, 18 million, but now the new population censuses are showing that I think we're down to 16 million, but we'll see about that. have gone in this mini region. Serbia is the mini bigger country. Used to be 7 million, I think will be probably down to 6.3 million with all the exodus and the aging of population. And after the initial democratic boost with Zoran Đinđić, for whom I worked and who was assassinated, we went into a kind of rockety period. Of course, Slovenia and Croatia, thank God, entered the European Union and NATO. All have more or less become candidate countries except for Bosnia and Kosovo. And then we came into a period, and this is relevant to the question that you're asking, where a number of these sort of tectonic underlying issues of the region and these countries, and I would liken that to what Alexis de Tocqueville in his famous book on the French Revolution called the old regime and the revolution, called that the old lives with the new for a very long time. Unfortunately, in our territories, the old is living much longer than we would want, and some of the old bad habits of the heart, as Tocqueville called them, are prevailing. So power and money drives a lot of these things. We're not an exception to that rule. And given the new technologies and media have been identified as a very good tool to purvey power and money. And so, and actually I don't know whether John Keane is here, but in the break we were talking about the fact, an issue that both he and I wanted to raise independently, was that we did have public service radio and TV stations. They were supposed to become our BBCs. They were supposed to be the independent voice that's funded by public, and that was supposed to keep this balanced as the media were being privatized. Unfortunately, in the case of my country, Serbia, it came under the full control of the government. And this morning, for those of you who were in the workshop, I was mentioning, I watched the Serbian public TV news at 8 o'clock. And there you had a layer of Russian. You had a Russian recruit saying that he was very patriotic and he was going to fight against the Nazi Ukrainians. Then you had Zelensky's speech of last night. And then you had some sort of independent comment. I mention that because this creates a total confusion in those who are not au fait of what is going on and sort of are swaying between a variety of positions. And I must say that during the tenure of this government under President Vučić, there has been a sort of allowing of a pro-Russian sentiment to be created, which I call superficial. I can go into that later, because these societies are pro-Western in every aspect of the word: economic, social, cultural, and other. Nobody, if you ask a pro-Russian, do they want to send their child to study at Lomonosov, they say you're crazy. And so there's a kind of cacophony which is detrimental to the European path of these countries. And of course, disinformation then flows in through various channels, obviously in this case Russian, also Chinese to some extent, and creates this image, this bad image of my country and of some of the other countries that are seen as proxies of Russia.
Thank you very much. Ms. Jelisić?
Maybe just to add, I would not go into the kind of details of analyzing. I think the disinformation in the Western Balkans has similar features as in the rest of the world. This is a global operation, and it is true that the Western Balkans has its own vulnerabilities, but it shares also vulnerabilities with the rest of the world. You know, we usually say that the Western Balkans is vulnerable because there is a low level of trust in institutions, there is a low level of media literacy, there is no environment for the functioning of professional media. The media are dominantly politically controlled, which are all the factors for the conditions in which this information can spread. But what I wanted to say, which seems to be Western Balkan specificities in comparison to the other parts of Europe, is that, but maybe not even that, maybe that is a shared feature as well, is that what we call foreign information manipulation and interference that goes beyond this information. You can manipulate information environment with other methods that do not fulfill the definition of disinformation, are the role of the local enablers. Similarly, as Ivan said, these populations are pro-Western. They want to live as people in the EU member states live, and being tired of waiting for these conditions to develop in the Western Balkans, they move into the EU. And regardless of all of these information operations, including disinformation, they still, when given a choice, move into the EU. So nothing changed, and this is why I fully agree that these sentiments are superficial. I think they reflect the messaging of the top message multipliers, and that can easily change. And another feature we all talk about, and at the EU level we deal a lot with social media platforms, with big tech, which are a huge problem. And I can talk about that later if there is time. And I think it's absolutely essential that we in the EU, together with the US partners and all Western democracies, free and democratic societies, do everything to dismantle this business model that of the big tech that actually ruins the democratic societies in the end. And I think that needs to be taken care of. And of course, disinformation and information manipulation is happening via social media in the Western Balkans, but that's not the main problem. Disinformation and information manipulation in the Western Balkans media comes from the mainstream media, and that dominates. It's not really, of course, social media is a problem, but that's not the core problem of the issue. And for us, at the EU level, you know that the EU has been really, and especially EAS, which is a foreign and diplomatic arm of the foreign policy and diplomatic arm of the European Union, has been really leading in the efforts of the EU family in countering disinformation with all sorts of, first of all, defining the terms that we all going to use, trying to analyze what is happening, developing EU versus Disinfo, rapid alert systems, European democracy action plans, aiming to protect the integrity of the elections within Europe and so on. So for us, it's really important, and especially in the Western Balkans, first, to understand what's really happening, what causes the biggest impact in the society when it comes to disinformation and manipulative narratives, and then addressing. And I will just, for the couple of years that we have been focusing clearly on that, for us it's really analytics and then addressing. And I think a lot of investment has been done in analyzing the problem of disinformation in the Western Balkans. I think now is the time to focus on addressing this problem. And there are ways to do that. And one thing for sure, this cannot be contracted out to the EU. And this is something where we can help the efforts. And what we have been doing, and we had a fabulous collaboration of the civil society, but the governments were not so much keen to do their part of the job. And from everything that we know in this field within the EU member states and the actions and the best practices, unless there is a whole of a government approach facilitating whole of a society participation, this problem cannot be tackled. And you know, we also cannot awaken those that pretend to be asleep. We have been trying, so it's really important to have partners and if you read, for example, Brdo Summit conclusions, it specifically talks about shared responsibility for EU Western Balkans policy and shared responsibility about communication about our relations, and that's something that is really important. Maybe for this round I'll stop here.
Thank you. I'm going to skip book because I know that You're an expert on like why domestic actors eventually are using disinformation, why they're themselves polarizing, the society that they are leaving in, or attempt to lead. And I'm going to go to Ms. Wölfl. Ms. Wölfl, you've been reporting on the region for many years. What are your observations when it comes to quality of journalism? Did it get better? Did it get worse? Where we can make the difference?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Well, I think it got a bit more difficult because of fact-checking lately due to the war. It was more easy before that because you could get an answer from the Russian embassy, for instance. Now it's much more difficult to get all sides, I would say. But generally speaking, I would emphasize that disinformation or smear campaigns, all sorts of propaganda is absolutely normal, I would say, in these countries, but done by local leaders, local actors. So the disinformation which supports, for instance, the Kremlin, the influence of the Kremlin or China or Turkey or other actors, is just one part of disinformation and propaganda, which is constantly going on in the media. There's also propaganda going on, or let's say campaigning journalism by neighboring countries against one of these countries. So this is like always like this going on. But I would say there is some reason why I still think that this region is more vulnerable for disinformation. And I think when it comes, for instance, to the Kremlin influence, when you compare it to Eastern Europe, they have a sort of a historical experience, a very negative experience with Russia. This is not the case, for instance, in the countries of the Western Balkans. And at the same time, the geopolitical interest of the Kremlin is not that high, like in the Eastern European countries. And this combination, I think, is because it is not considered as such a threat, it is maybe even less detected, I would say. And the other thing is there is less ability. There's some research when it comes how do people identify and interpret disinformation. So if you compare it to other European countries, the ability is less developed. Then there is, for all sorts of, this is not only a Western Balkan country thing, but all those countries or governments which are dominated by one party are more, they tend to follow the party line, and this is then serving these disinformation campaigns much more, so authoritarian style. And there is also one thing I would say which makes it more vulnerable, that there is a sort of when it comes, for instance, to the war, you could easily see it that people tend to reflect the war against Ukraine from their own experiences in the wars in the 1990s. And this sometimes leads to sort of a confusion. So if you, for instance, read Serbian newspapers, I remember at the very beginning, they portrayed the war as a sort of a continuation of the Kosovo War. And I think this is a sort of an added confusion, which makes it even less easy to detect deception. I remember when I came back in March. It was at the beginning of March this year. I came back from the Romanian-Ukrainian border, where I was covering the refugee crisis there. And I came back to Bosnia, where I live, and I came to Doboj, and I was sitting in a cafe, and I was working on my laptop and listening to the people. And most of the stories I heard was about American imperialism. And then I get back to Sarajevo, and the interesting thing for me was when I was talking to people I know, they talk to me about Slavic brotherhood. So I would say, of course, it's superficial, as you said, but it works. And I especially in Bosnia, I have the impression it works well. Maybe I stop here.
Thank you very much for your inputs. Mr. Vuksanović, so we've heard that in Western Balkans it's predominantly the domestic actors. To be open, it's predominantly political actors that eventually spread disinformation, utilize pro-Kremlin propaganda, and quite closely cooperate with various authoritarian regimes. Why are they doing it? What are their incentive to be spreading such narratives, cooperating with these malign foreign actors?
Thank you for that question, and thanks to my colleagues who already sort of touched upon it. But I mean, as it has been said, I mean, there have been a lot of talks about Russian and Chinese narrative campaigns, but I can tell you one thing. The main source of Russian and Chinese narrative in the Balkans comes from the local elites, from the incumbent political elites, and from the media and tabloids who are directly or indirectly under their control. That's the main source. You can find Russian Telegram channels, no doubt about it, but you will probably not find a robust Russian or Chinese campaign which is intended to muddy the water or to win hearts and minds. Why? For the simple reason they don't have to bother. The locals are doing that for them. So the most beautiful part is when someone does something else for you. So, but why are the local actors interested in doing so? Well, the calculations regarding both Russia and China are quite different. And when I read some Western reporter writing about pro-Russian or pro-Western government in the Balkans, I mean, okay, we no longer read the papers, but I simply click the X button to leave that article. Why? Because it is a very simplified version. The only allegation, the only affiliation, the only sympathy, and the only religion that the local elites have is the one that they see when they look themselves in the mirror. That's the only thing which they care about. So if they believe that they will stay in power, that they will keep their privileges, by pushing pro-Chinese or pro-Russian or pro-European narrative, depending on the challenges they face at that given moment, that's what will going to be on the headlines of every media. With Russia, the calculus is following. Russia is popular, and I will primarily focus on my own country, Serbia, sort of the microcosmos of the Balkans. Why? Because, number one, not for what Russia is, but for what it is not. It is seen as an emotional therapy and as an alternative to the West. A country which did not bomb Serbia in the 1990s and which did not recognize independent Kosovo. So, the local elites are thinking the following fashion. If I push for pro-Russian narratives in the media, I can certainly score some domestic mileage with the voters where Russia is popular. But number two, I can also blackmail the West in a very particular fashion. Because if the West believes that Serbia's incumbent President Vučić is surrounded by pro-Russian agents on all sides, he can do a perfect Tito routine. Because the West will be afraid, if we undermine him, someone worse who is close to the Kremlin might come to power. So let's not bother the man with rule of law and all those pesky little things. And at the same time, the calculation is also similar with China. Why? Because China is useful. It brings easy cash, whether it is credit lines or investment, where China is willing to take over old industrial facilities with dirty technologies which date back from the Yugoslav communist days and from which the Western investors run away from. it is willing to provide easy cash, and it is willing to provide cash which corresponds with the local electoral and political cycles. It can be timed, unlike the boring European projects where you have to file everything from your rule of law standards to your blood type in order to apply for money. Here, everything is being done with a simple phone call between the Chinese and Russian and Serbian president. So, it is perfect. I get the easy money, which has no rule of law strings to it, and I can get a perfect photo op. And so it's brilliant for me to portray the Chinese as the benevolent brotherly dragon which brings me gifts. Of course, there is a wider strategic environment which also contributes to this state of affairs, but I presume that we can also touch upon it in the second round. I also don't want to steal any more time because there is plenty of things which my colleagues also want to touch upon.
Mr. Vejvoda, would you like to reflect?
If I can add just a couple of things. First of all, on the non-negative experience of this part of the world vis-à-vis Russia, which is actually not true. We had a very bad experience with the Soviet Union.
So
Sorry?
not so negative, maybe.
Not so?
Negative.
It is very negative.
Yeah.
I am of an older generation,
Yeah.
like the gentleman, when Tito said no to Stalin, and the Soviets were killing soldiers of Yugoslavia every night on the Hungarian, Romanian, Bulgarian borders for about 5 years until the West understood that this was a genuine break in the communist world. And we were brought up totally in an anti-Soviet spirit. When I served my military service in Yugoslavia, we were fighting the Soviets. So, you know, we knew who the enemy was. The problem is with Milosevic, right? And then with the bombing of NATO, that also didn't have UN approval. And you can imagine how politicians can use this. And I think both Jasna and Vuk talked about this. And the fact is that, and this is the point I want to make, it's about political leadership. And Jasna said you can change public opinion very quickly in this region. Politics is very much top-down. And my favorite example is always Milo Đukanović in Montenegro, when in '97 he decided to switch sides. He was totally a Milosevic man. Overnight he said, no, we're not. We're going to NATO and Europe. And Montenegro changed. Now, I'm not saying that you can change this overnight in Serbia, but certainly in the span of several months you can do it. You simply have to stop using the tabloids to be putting these outrageous titles in the news. The second point I want to make is that Yugoslavia had an excellent school of journalism. And in fact, many of us know Hungarian, Polish dissidents who learned to speak our language because they could buy Politika and Viesnik in Budapest or Bratislava or in Warsaw, and they could read actually, you know, basically what was Western-style journalism on what's happening in China and Russia, etc. Well, I mention this because that school of journalism continues, and that's why we do have great journalists, those who have not decided to sell themselves out for 100 euros to write an article in this or that way, the monetizing, right, of disinformation. And so it's not, for those of you who are unaware of the situation, we do have independent media. The problem is that these electronic media are on cable news. So those who do not have cable in the villages, etc., depend on the famous 7 p.m., 7:30 p.m. news, which dictates, and given the aging of the population, this creates a problem. And of course, those who are younger and who have left the country. Final point, which I think we need to remind ourselves of, because it is banal in a certain way, and that's geography. You look at the map of Europe and you look at the map of this region, we're obviously surrounded completely by EU and NATO member states. You think they don't see the map? In Russia, they do very well. In fact, during the 90s, when we were meeting Russian think tankers, they always said, oh, we know where this belongs, it's EU and NATO. But why is this happening? Because Russia loves to be the spoiler, right? And to show the weakness of the EU and the weakness of NATO. You can't even integrate this small region of now 16 million people. What are you good for? And they continue to sort of poke in the eye. And just to add briefly to what Vuk was saying on the way Russia is acting, is simply to show that you can, with literally a handful of dollars or euros or rubles, whatever it is, buy. So they're not using so much money right there. But obviously the key point is whatever the influence of Russia and China is, somebody like President Vučić knows that the bread of Serbia is buttered by the European Union. German companies create close to 100,000 jobs in Serbia. 60 to 70% of the trade is with the EU. What China and Russia invest is nowhere near that. In fact, we have more trade, Serbia has more trade with Kosovo than it has with Russia and America put together. And when we talk about this influence, we need to keep reminding of the kind of relative weight of the economic and trade interests. And so when President Vučić gives his long historic interviews every weekend, he always says that in fact we depend on the EU, and then there's a kind of pro or neutrals thing on Russia, and we don't know, and poor me, I'm under pressure all the time. Final point, and I think we'll come back to that, needs to be said right now. The fact that Hungary is getting away what it is with what it's doing as an EU member state is not helping on the issue that we're talking about.
Thank you.
Well, my fan club.
You have one, indeed. I don't know whether I should ask this now, but maybe we'll go back to domestic, let's say, incentives and problems later on. But Ms. Jelisić, okay, so we heard Mr. Vejvoda just saying that, that we need to be better in promoting our activities, what we do in Western Balkans, whether it's the member states themselves or it's the European Union. So what is European Union doing at the moment in Western Balkans? And then maybe later on we can go on to democracy building in Serbia itself.
Thank you. I think it's very important for this discussion to separate root causes from the consequences. And when we talk about disinformation, this is a consequence of a deeply rooted problem, and this is valid for the Western Balkans as well as for the rest of Europe, and maybe for the rest of the world, but we have been dealing with this problem primarily within the EU member states and then in the Western Balkans and the neighborhood at the request of the EU member states. So in order to really address this problem, as I already indicated, and the EU has been taking steps with the Digital Service Act, the Digital Media Act, EU Media Freedom Act, and all other set of measures, trying to build on its success with GDPR. We wanted to set the standard for this area as well. So first thing, and this is something that the Western Balkans cannot do, but we as the EU family, together with the transatlantic partners and others, should, which is dismantling algorithms, doing this damage, and dismantling the business model that does this. The other thing that the EU is also doing in the EU and the Western Balkans, it's support to media, and I believe we should do more and we should do better when it comes to supporting media, and also insisting more on media freedom, part of the acquis, which is the Council of Europe acquis that the EU adopted. And when we are talking about insisting on it within the EU member states and also in the future member states in the Western Balkans, I think that is very important. And the third thing that is outside of the scope of the Stratcom and what we do, which is but also belongs to the root causes, is political party financing. I think it's really important in order to protect the integrity of the elections and protect our democracy, is to take care of that. And it was already mentioned, because the correlation between public opinion and what the top message multipliers say is 100%. And what is in the media that they control, which are mainstream media. So I think this is valid when we take care of this issue systematically. I know there are many other things that need to be done of course, awareness raising, which we have been doing within the EU and in the Western Balkans as well, resilience building, all sets of measures to build resilience of the local population. But as I said, we had civil society coming to the EU and seeking, okay, what can we do together? Which is not enough to deal with this problem. You need a government commitment, because in order to build resilience, or psychological defense, as it is now called, you need to, there is something to be done by the Ministry of Education, something to be done by the Ministry of Culture, something to be done by the Ministry of Interior, something to be done by the Ministry of Defense, and security systems sometimes need to be deployed in order to, and then creating an environment in which professional media can exist, which is not happening. And this is equally valid for the EU member states, and it's valid for the Western Balkans. The solution is the same. And this is also when we work in the Western Balkans, we say whatever is available in terms of the support for the EU member states is available for the future member states, and it should be. And I think that it's you know, one simple thing that, for example, at the beginning of the aggression on Ukraine, we had PBS from the Western Balkans, publicly funded media, sending correspondents to Donbass and reporting from Donbass and spreading Russian narratives. So this is something that. This is why I feel so strongly about mentioning that this is not only a social media problem. You know, it's somehow like the publicly funded media that should work in public interest, and the public wants to join the EU, you know, but at the same time they're antagonized every day, and we can see the trend in which foreign actors wanted to obstruct the implementation of the EU policy in the Western Balkans, and we saw that in the cases, you know, the info operations related to the Prespa agreement and current relations between Bulgaria and North Macedonia and so on. So how disinformation works, it's a principle of an evil doctor. You know, it finds the weakest organ in your body, and instead of prescribing the medicine, it actually uses to get the whole body, to poison the body with it. And what the actors have been successful with the local enablers, as Vuk mentioned, doing exactly that, using the NATO bombing. And when you compare the public opinions, how people felt about NATO bombing immediately after it was done, people who have been through that experience, they were not so anti-Western and anti-NATO then. They are way more anti-Western and anti-NATO now, including among the younger population, which means that this was a subject of information operation to amplify. And there are other grievances in the region to play with, and they have been used to antagonize population, to not being able to recognize their interest, at least when they're voting. So this is really something that is very, very important. So taking care of these three things with the big tech, big platforms is something that is very important for the developed democracies. And I think this is really to tackle disinformation there. Because also, just to tell you, in some parts of the Western Balkans, if something comes from the Russian sources or from the Serbian sources, it will not be accepted. But sometimes you can, if you trace the narrative, you see that the narrative is, for example, in Albania, it will not be accepted if it comes from the Russian sources or the Serbian sources. But if it's taken over by certain communities in Italy, translated in Italian, it comes to Albania, it's swollen easily, because this is cultural proximity that people, and people who manipulate information environment know that. So, and I will not bore you with all the initiatives, and we have 24 media literacy initiatives in the region, projects supporting media, civil society, fact-checking, you know, different networks, raising awareness, different studies, building the capacity of the local community to be able to build the resilience to it. but it's not succeeding as it should, because the mainstream media in the most critical parts of the region that are most open for these narratives are still closed for this sort of reporting. And this manifests itself as a communication problem, but in essence, it's a political problem.
Thank you very much for this input. So I have a general question for all of you. So we heard that it is a political problem. Mr. Vejvoda in the beginning said that Yugoslavia jumped on the democracy wagon a bit later. Slovakia jumped on the democracy wagon a bit later as well. But one thing that we've been seeing throughout our research is that democracy is not a checklist. We ourselves, many countries within the European Union have big problems. You mentioned one of them, Hungary being illiberal, partially democratic country, hyper-democratic country. A lot of people are using various adjectives before democracy when talking about Hungary. So how do we build that political culture in Western Balkan countries or in Serbia? How do we build that long-term, societal resilience when you have that political leaders? And especially now when we are in there's war happening right next door to Slovakia, and life is tough, How do you convince people, politicians, and ordinary citizens to eventually not to take that cheap money that Mr. Vuksanović was talking about? And we have, the elections in the United States are happening very soon. It's not the big ones, but North Macedonia became very famous for young people spreading lots of disinformation. So how do we, during this hardship, hard times, eventually make sure that our or Western Balkan political leadership commits to these values, and that such values, principles are going to be also adopted by ordinary citizens? Anybody wants to start? Yeah.
Well, I will be the cynical and the pessimist, but then again, if you don't like cynics and pessimists, then you should not have invited me. But that's a different. But that's a different topic. I mean, I think that the major problem in the Balkans is the following. I think this was a line which was said by the previous panelist, Ivan Krastev, about citizens in much of the Eastern Europe after the fall of communists. They were able to, once the pluralism was introduced, they were capable of changing their politicians, but they were not able to change neither the politics nor the policies of their state. And this has not, I think that he might as well have spoken about the Balkans in particular, because that's where the greatest disappointment of people come from. They have developed a very cynical view of the cynical perception of the word democracy, because they believe that it is simply a system where you replace one tormentor with another, where you don't actually where you're not actually contributing to the new solutions to your everyday problem. Where, on the other hand, the problems that you're experiencing continue to persevere for decades. And that is the major problem, because at the end of the day, sadly, for ordinary men, it is about what they have in the refrigerator and about how much food they put on the table. It's what counts the most, and not about the rule of law. Because if they believe that their basic bread and butter needs are not satisfied, then they will go for the first illiberal demagogue which offers them a piece of bread. Until that happens, and I think this is a major problem that we are frequently missing. The reason why the Western model prevailed over a Soviet model was, yes, the freedoms it offered, but also because in the popular perception of many, they saw a model which produced success. Unlike the cues in the socialist countries, they saw prosperity which allows civil society and democracy to thrive. If they don't identify prosperity with the Western model, then they will go for something else. For something which will not be satisfactory, which will not be a dream come true, but which will be something of a satisficing. It will be daily survival. And if until that time happens, I'm afraid that illiberals are in the driver's seat.
Anybody? Yep.
Well, I cannot resist not quoting Ralph Dahrendorf in his famous book on revolutions in Eastern Europe, where he said, you know, to change a constitution probably takes 6 weeks. To turn around your command economy into a market economy, it takes about 6 years, and to achieve a democratic political culture with a civil society, it will take 60 years. So the cautious optimist in me says 30 years are over, in 30 years we'll be ready for it. Yes, so I was going to say more seriously, but that is very serious, what Dahrendorf said. Civic education is one of the issues that we're all tackling with. I asked my friend Vesna Pusic, who was the former Croatian foreign minister and deputy prime minister, I said, Vesna, do you have civic education in Croatia? She said the parliament voted it out about 6 years ago. This is just a hint of the problem. I think, you know, it may seem the kind of dummy solution, but I think that's where things start, at the level of schools, well, you know, we all mention media literacy, but it's literacy in general about society and the values that you were asking about. I think that's something that's crucial. The EU remains sort of the beacon for these societies. None of these societies, whatever their current politics are, has reneged on their strategic role to join the European Union. Now, I like to say half flippantly, of course there are alternatives. For example, you take Albania in 1961 that decided to join China. And the result was, you know, 10,000 or 100,000 bunkers that the poor Albanians had to destroy when, you know, when things opened up. So there are always alternatives, but those alternatives in my book are all lead to self-isolation in a world that is totally interconnected, and that where, you know, you touch anything from media to commerce to education to tech, to all of these things, you cannot live without others. And again, you look at the map, and we are totally, again, surrounded and dependent on these dynamics of trade, transport, and the rest of it. Obviously, you know, to repeat, the homework for democratic change is in our countries, 80 to 90% of it, but this cannot happen without the EU. And the EU has been complacent, and this goes to some of the things that Jasna was saying. You know, we did war, unfortunately, in the worst way in the 90s, cost us a lot, cost the surrounding countries a lot. We stopped war, and basically Europe said, okay, they won't do any war anymore, so that where we talk about stableocracy, right? Fine, whoever's in power, as long as their strategic goal is join the European Union, however slowly they move, you know, it will be fine. But that then opened the door to the malign inferences that we are talking about here, and they are diverse. And we can mention also the Emirates, who are also in this group of so-called third actors. And that is why there has been an awakening in the EU, basically a year and a half ago, maybe, even before that, with Angela Merkel, the Berlin process, that unfortunately didn't deliver too many results. It delivered a result just very recently, where ID cards, diplomas, and work permits were finally synchronized among all Western Balkan countries. So now finally people from Kosovo can actually travel to Bosnia without a visa, which was a nightmare for people who were invited from Kosovo to go to Bosnia. And thus, the fact that the EU has, and von der Leyen came to Serbia last year and said, we will now pay for the building of the highway between Belgrade and Pristina, or at least part of it. Now, that was a promise in Berlin in 2014. So it took, do your math, 7 years for something to start happening. What I'm saying is, the EU is strong on words. We live thanks to the EU and all of these programs and the commerce, but then on the bigger things, it has not delivered. Sort of the punchline that I have on this is geoeconomics is geopolitics. You have to make an investment that doesn't pay off economically or financially immediately. The best example, or there are many examples, but a good one is the Nabucco pipeline. It was supposed to be a Western pipeline that would help us diversify our energy resources, and then the Western companies said Nabucco is not really viable. What happens? Russia comes in with South Stream that they scrap as well, saying it's not economically viable, but then they realize it's worth putting in money into Turkish Stream, and we make the money. And by the way, Turkish Stream comes through a European and NATO member state called Bulgaria. So again, there's a lot of mix-up here that's happening, and finally, you know, Putin gave us the understanding that energy is important and you have to put eggs in different baskets, that we're finally thinking of building interconnectors. The interconnector of gas between Serbia and Bulgaria that has been talked about for 15 years is now finally being built.
Yeah. Yes, definitely. European Union has to deliver on some of the promises that has promised the countries in the Western Balkans. And I personally think that when it comes to also tackling disinformation, it was slow, very, very slow to respond. But a lot of things are happening within the European Union, despite of the fact that some of them are going to be still, you know, implemented in few years, as it was pointed out during the first panel. So we need to come up with short-term or mid-term solutions. But yes, I see you, Ms. Wölfl. Just to add on a bit of a question for you as a journalist, you heard that a lot of disinformation is being spread by mainstream, and you yourself said, by mainstream broadcasters. One of the activities that an investigative journalists have done in Slovakia was to go around the regions and give out people free access to their websites. Do you think that similar things could work in Western Balkans?
Well, yeah, there is fact-checking networks and fact-checking platforms in the Western Balkans, which are quite efficient, I would say. For instance, this Rastislav webpage. And they also detected how this works. For instance, there is, usually it's made like this, there is an anonymous website. So nobody knows who is behind that. Nobody knows even who was funding this webpage. But then the information from this webpage is taken by some serious, so-called serious agencies or tabloids or newspapers. And then it transforms into a real, so to say, news. The problem here is that I think it's about money. I think to tackle this, one has to make sure that these websites, which are obviously just made with a very bad intention to create a sort of, I would say, to blur things, because people can be much more easily manipulated and governed if they are blurred. And I think this is what is happening, constant deception. And then after some time, people don't know anymore whom to trust and what is real and what is not real. So this is a very dangerous political technique, I think, and I can see that with these systems. So I think it is important to make sure that these websites are closed, or to make sure who is funding them, and then to make that known, and then to make sure that this is stopped. And the other thing, what the other speaker said also about the efficiency of the EU. Unfortunately, I have to say, in the last couple of years, I had the impression that it is very hard to take it serious, the approach, because, and people realize this, they're not stupid. I mean, they can see what is happening to North Macedonia, how much they are betrayed. I mean, it's unbelievable. And I think it's very bad for all of us. It's not only bad for North Macedonia, but it's also bad for the European Union. And the influence of Hungary, which was also mentioned, is also going in the disinformation sphere. When it comes to North Macedonia, for instance, this was maybe the country which was most undermined by Kremlin propaganda in the Gruevski years. After that, it was much more. It was much less. But there is not only in North Macedonia but also in Slovenia this influence from Hungarian money floating into to make propaganda there. So I think money is the answer, and we have to be serious. I mean, we can see it now. What works with Hungary and Poland works also with the others. If you cut the money, most of these, even these very authoritarian leaders, they react. That's something what is important for them. So I think there should be much more mechanisms which make that possible, and we have to be much more serious and stop this appeasement towards these authoritarian guys. It's really terrible to watch it, even doing that after what we saw with the Ukraine, when we already realized it's not working. I mean, we should really, I think, learn from that experience. And when it comes to media, be also very clear that those media reforms which are on the table during the accession talks, and there were so many new laws proposed, introduced, they have to be implemented, and not only like, don't make this check thing, really look into the things, be serious. I mean, this is what I would, but I'm not so, I have to say, so positive, because I can see also the influence of Hungary in the Commission. Yes. I have to say that, and this is, in the last couple of years, it's really deteriorating, the value-based approach.
Yes, I somehow knew this is going to end up criticizing the EU from every angle. Let me just say first, I felt when you said that the EU was slow to react to disinformation. I think EU was the first one to react to disinformation. I think it pioneered the field within the institutions in 2015, already establishing structures to fight disinformation, and also being a normative power about it, building alliances among Western democracies. And actually, when all the fact-checking organizations that you mentioned, it's thanks to the EU and support and work with the partners, enabling them to be able to do that job. Because the thing with fighting disinformation and information manipulation, it has never been for us parachuting foreign experts to the region to help them, but actually help the region develop its own capacities to deal with the problem, because that's the way to become a fully functioning democracy. And not only that they quickly learn that, they're now in the steering boards, international fact-checking organizations, teaching the rest of the world how to do it. So this is what people of the Western Balkans can do with given the opportunity. So this is the part of the things where I said that the civil society and non-state actors really took this thing seriously. But they alone cannot fight this issue, because even when they fact-check and put these stories, these factual stories cannot penetrate mainstream media, because they're politically blocked. The editorial policy is different. It does not allow that work to be seen. So there is a lot in that sense that I say, and Southeast Europe fact-checking organization and the networks who did an amazing job during COVID and helped a lot. So it's not really that we are happy to have the partners, but as I said, we really cannot awaken those who pretend to be asleep. So somebody wants to be helped, and then it can be helped by the EU in dealing with this problem at the technical level. But I say when it comes to Stratcom and support to fighting disinformation, while I profoundly know that this problem cannot be sorted out in the Stratcom field, which I mentioned in my earlier intervention, fully agree with Ivan. Education everywhere in Europe is the key. We need to take our education seriously. That's the way to build democratic societies and preserve democracies that we have, and keep building them and defending them, because building them, it's not once and for all. This is a continuous process to defend them. I do not accept also abandoning, insisting that public service media or publicly funded media can be allowed to be so politically hijacked. This is already public money that is out there, and they need to, this demand for having them to function as they should continue to be there. And I mean, you know, in all of this, during COVID times, this was a record high numbers of the approval for the EU. All of these crises actually are working for the EU in a way. I mean, I read the latest Eurobarometer on my way here, and I see that even our numbers after the war in Ukraine are record high. In times of crisis, regardless of all of these operations, people turn somewhere where they think, okay, there is some integrity in the operation. And I'm thinking about the EU member states, where we have a super high support on handling the COVID crisis, and also since the war in Ukraine, now the demand to handle the energy crisis and so on. So regardless of all of this, somehow, you know, this in an unusual way works for the EU's reputation, oddly enough.
Well, every crisis is at the same time an opportunity to make necessary changes, but also to, you know, better communicate out of what member states, European Union, or countries in Western Balkans have been doing. But let me turn to the audience and you know, see whether there are some questions. Yes, I see the gentleman in front.
Thank you very much for this interesting discussion. There's one category which was not mentioned to my knowledge, and that is the role of the religion. If you take the 6 countries under consideration, 3 of them are Orthodox and 3 of them are predominantly Muslim, but mixed. And the role of the autocephality, I think, I hope I pronounce it correctly, is a major point also in Putin's foreign policy. And it, to my knowledge, has played also a role in between Serbia, Montenegro, and Macedonia, and, well, of course, Bulgaria. On the other side, the Muslim side, has been influenced by another not very democratic player, namely Erdogan. And so I tend to see this area as a part of the geopolitical game being played by all sorts of actors. Maybe somebody would like to comment on that. Thank you.
Let me just see whether there are some more questions in the audience. Okay, there aren't at the moment. Yes, exactly. I was thinking about this and I wanted to ask that question myself. In our research, when we did the Leipzig Vulnerability Index, we really saw that the influence of Serbian Orthodox Church in the region. And Minister Káčer, during the first panel, said, you know, like, people go to church on Sunday, they pray, but what if that authority that they meet on a regular basis actually spread disinformation, spread particular propaganda, spread, you know, anti-liberal narratives undermining democratic principles the European Union is based on, further polarizing the society? How can we, what can we do about that?
Well, I can reply about the question regarding religion, and then someone else can take this. I mean, as today I had guest appearances via Zoom on Turkish TRT talking about Serbo-Turkish ties. And one of the things which I said, and I think that this is probably true about Russian foreign policy in general as well as about Turkey, is that they may talk. I mean, the Serbian leadership has nationalistic history, and Erdogan is being accused of of nurturing socially conservative political Islam. But once you strip it all, they are all pragmatist to the core. All of them, from Putin to Erdogan to local strongmen. Religion is a powerful package for their policies and a powerful instrument, but it is still just an instrument for what is stripped to be essentially interest-based policies. But nevertheless, your point is still very valid and still very powerful. I remember a few years ago when I would read the comment section of one of the local articles in which they said about all the countries in the Western Balkans who are having hard times becoming a member. And there was one comment who said, well, based on this, it appears that the only countries which are troublesome are one that have sizable Serbian or sizable Muslim community. I mean, of course, the problem is much deeper than that. But yes, if you leave countries where there are these type of communities, which you just said, which are either Orthodox Christian or Muslim communities, that creates sort of emotional frustrations based on which players like Moscow and Ankara can emotionally and politically profit from.
Mr. Vejvoda?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Yeah, indeed, the autocephalous nature of the church is important. There is a difference in the relationship between the Serbian Orthodox Church in Macedonia and Montenegro. As you know, Macedonian Church has now acquired autocephalous status. This was an issue that was long-standing, and this was seen as a gesture of the rising friendship between Serbia and North Macedonia. So that issue is resolved. In the case of Montenegro, it is slightly more complicated, as our friend Carl Bildt would understatingly say, and that is because in Montenegro there are about 35% of people who say they are Serbian. When the Montenegrins are asked to which church you belong, there are many Montenegrins who say that they are of the Serbian Orthodox Church. So it has multiple layers of issues. There is general accord that Milo Đukanović, the still reigning president of Montenegro, made a mistake by putting his finger into the beehive's nest, and that provoked all the demonstrations, which were church demonstrations, but actually many people who were simply fed up with Đukanović went into the street with the church. So one has to see this in this light, and in fact you probably saw that Milo Đukanović lost the capital Montenegro yesterday, 2 days ago, in the local elections, and for the first time the opposition will be ruling the capital city of Montenegro. A much broader point, to make a sweeping generalization, we are largely secularized countries, given the fact of having been communist countries. A friend who will not be quoted from Albania has said one of the good things that Enver Hoxha did was to secularize this country. So when some of us hear that Kosovo is an Islamic country and Albania is Islamic, yeah, we swallow and say, good. That's a pretty simplistic view, because again, they're very secularized, which doesn't mean that people are not religious, that they don't marry in the church, have their children christened if they're Christians, etc. And Vuksanović was absolutely right in saying that the church is still very much, again, to simplify, in the hands of the state. So you know, they receive a lot of money in the case of the Serbian Orthodox Church from the state. They're exempt from taxes, and usually the patriarchs are chosen in such a way that they align with whomever is in government at the moment. It is, having said all that, it is an important issue, and there is influence, obviously, and the Russians can play, for example, through the conservative elements of the Serbian Orthodox Church. But like any big organization, there are many strands: a liberal strand, a kind of middle, and then a very conservative strand, which we saw in the anti-Pride demonstrations, where even the father of the president, Vučić, participated.
Maybe just to share one example to address your question. It's a very good question. For example, when I work for the European Union in Bosnia and Herzegovina, knowing the importance of religion and of the religious communities and different communities, we wanted to establish dialogue and communication. And I can share with you that the most enthusiastic one to have a dialogue with the European Union was the Islamic community of Bosnia and Herzegovina. They trained their imams on Copenhagen criteria, and they were talking about, that Islamic text has nothing that is in collision with the Copenhagen criteria and the human rights and so on. And I remember when I left Bosnia, by that time we already had EU clubs in each of the 5 madrasas in Bosnia and Herzegovina, which I think it's a unique practice anywhere in the world, that students studied Copenhagen criteria and EU history in madrasas, and proved to be very enthusiastic about joining the EU and so on. So I think this is not well known in the Western European countries, exactly as Ivan said about the secular character of these societies. But there is one element that is now back related to the disinformation that I can share with you, that there is this narrative that we recently heard when President Erdogan was traveling to the region, and he was in Bosnia. He was in one of his his message box was also a message: do not trust the EU, they don't want you. And this is a narrative that is spread by those manipulating information environment in the Western Balkans, which is the EU doesn't want you because you're Muslims. And this is valid for all Muslim communities living in different Western Balkan countries. And it's for many of these communities, it sounds believable, regardless of their secularism. And let me tell you, the latest narrative that is pushed in the region from the same kitchen is, look, it took 2 days for the EU to mobilize to protect Ukrainians. It took 3.5 years. They didn't want to do anything to save you, for example, in Bosnia, because you're Muslims. This is why you suffered for 3.5 years, for example, in Bosnia. And this is a narrative that is amplified by disinformation operators and those willing to manipulate information environment and antagonize the population in the Western Balkans against the EU. So this is very important to understand. Ms. Wölfl?
Yeah, I mean, I can just add that this the role of the church when it comes to this promotion of illiberal, anti-Western ideas is strong, and it is also a way to show this sort of brotherhood, although it's very superficial, with the Russian regime. So we could watch that, and they use it. I think I wouldn't underestimate it. I talk to lots of people in the region, and I think it's strong, especially in the countryside, because it can be combined with some other myths which are floating around. But I wanted to say, with the influence, I mean, there was a change I could see after the annexation of Crimea. There was much more really strategic attempts of the Kremlin to influence the public. For instance, we could see they established this Sputnik Serbia in 2015, so it was after the annexation, but the whole thing started in 2012. And I can say that from my experience, because I lived there for 10 years now, this was the time when it really grew and grew, and it was interesting to me that there was not so much talk about that then, at that time. It was not. It was most of the time, at this time, people talked about this influence of Arab states because of ISIS and these wars in Syria. So this was much more on the agenda. But I think it was a bit like nobody wanted to take it so serious. But it has a strong influence, and I'm not so sure if there is. I mean, it was obvious that it also coincided with the rise of Mr. Vučić.
Yeah.
I mean, it was the same time when he came to power, this happened.
Absolutely.
I have to say that.
No, that's true.
We're slowly running out of time, and we have two questions, one over there and one in the first row.
I think both of the panels today talked about how journalists need to be sort of on the front line of fighting disinformation. And with some of you separately, I've had conversations today about how, say, in the Western Balkans, journalists are not held in the high esteem or relatively high esteem that they were before, you know, in the 1990s when arguably that part of the world was producing and or subject to massive amounts of disinformation. Journalists were truly the ones who were, you know, at much higher risks, facing much higher risk than they would now, let's say, even though they still face risks, would be fighting against it and promoting narratives that went counter to the ones that were convenient for the political elites in all the countries. Why do you think sort of this, if you could, I know this an answer to this could last hours, but like, why do you think, in sort of short bullet points, the trust in journalists and media outlets has eroded so much, and how can this be changed if possible?
And gentleman here in first row.
Far be it from me to put up an obstacle between all of us here and a glass of well-textured Slovak wine, but I feel I have to raise an issue that Jasna touched upon very briefly and said was absolutely critical, and then we lost it, and that is social media networks and their algorithms. I mean, this is really a devastating issue to my mind, and is the European Union, we know very well from congressional testimony, from whistleblowers, that Google, Facebook, TikTok, et al. Create the most poisonous algorithms because they know it's going to make them money. It's a pure revenue-raising operation. What can the EU do about intervening against such, destructive profiteering?
Anybody wants to start?
Well, yes.
Yes.
Okay, trust in media. I think why people lost trust in media in the Western Balkans is a combination of things. It was a rise of the political influence over media, and with a kind of organized government attempt governments in the region everywhere. It's a regional phenomenon, shrinking the space for professional journalism. We can talk, these are small economies, and politically controlled economies, so advertising money was also going away from professional media. So basically, the good journalism costs money, and there was no money anymore to finance professional media. International community did it for a while after the conflicts in the 90s, and then thought, okay, we graduated, as it's known in the donor cycles, and they left. And then the whole model just crumbled, and no wonder that then this distrust in media came, because all of a sudden we had something posturing like media. But unless you follow the standards of professional journalism, you cannot be called a media. If you don't follow the code of ethics of journalism, you cannot be called a journalist nor enjoy the protection of that journalists should enjoy. So there is a lot of content that is posturing as media content, and there is a lot of PR people or lobbyists posturing as journalists, and I think part of the media literacy in the region is exactly explaining that. So this is just this is a long step, but I think there was with the international community kind of leaving and thinking we sorted out the conflicts, and I think it didn't take these 30 years or 60 years to develop a democratic culture and market economy that would allow functioning of professional media. But this is not only the Western Balkans problem. The models for functioning professional journalism exist in a free and democratic world, and this is something that we need to tackle beyond the Western Balkans. And once when we tackle it in the US, in Western democratic countries, and in the EU, it will be easier to shape the model to the Western Balkans, I think. Yes, for the social media, I absolutely agree. I think those willing to manipulate information environment in the Western Balkans are not investing so much in social media operation because they have enough of offline enablers to do it, so it's not needed to do it in this via social media. While it's done, but it's not a dominant way of operating. The main operation is in the mainstream media. But when it comes to the EU and the rest of the world, I think the EU is trying with the Digital Service Act and Digital Media Act to introduce regulation, especially for big platforms, introducing greater responsibilities for the big platforms. This has been in the pipeline for a very long time, several rounds in the Council with the Member States negotiating, and in the Parliament and so on. So this is something that is part of the discussion currently. We still don't know what the final measures are going to be. Certainly for us in this line of business, it's absolutely important to get this right, to discourage. We need to know how the algorithms are developed. We need to know, people need to have a possibility to make their own choices. Algorithms should not be pushing them into choices or giving them illusion that they are making choices and so on. So Digital Service Act is aiming to intervene into that. So we are yet to see what's going to be whether the draft that the EU experts put together in a dialogue with the civil society and think tankers and media freedom fighters across the EU, to which extent that will survive the lobbying operation from the other side. And what will be the final solution, I really don't know. But it's absolutely crucial that we get it right. So there is a combination of legislation that will then become relevant for the Western Balkans as well. Within the process of the stabilization and association process, these countries are obliged. It's a legal obligation. It's an international contract to harmonize the legislation with whatever is in the EU directives. So once when we have that for the EU member states, there is also a lot of new obligations in the Audiovisual Media Service Directive that has been introduced lately, that has more profound requirements for media literacy within the EU member states, and other things that should help integrity of elections. So, because at the end, fight for against disinformation is fight for preserving democracy. It's the essence of it. So, I hope we will get these big new regulations right.
Can I add? Yeah. No, I'm totally with Misha on this. I think it's a battle royale. I mean, when you look at who are the lobbyists for the Facebooks and the Googles, Nick Clegg, I mean, they buy these huge people, and so it's really a clash of titans. And I hope that you get its act together. And on Una's question, I think it's a complex sort of set of circumstances, and I wouldn't say that it's been lost. There is a supply out there who for those of us who need information, and it's a combination of, again, in the case of Serbia, for example, the outlets that are independent, that do not have a big coverage, but they're there, and you can. Basically, if you want, you can find out everything, all the misdeeds of the government, of the individual ministers, of the president, of the mafia, and here the watchdog organizations have huge respect. The Zins and Krik and others who are discovering all of these things, individual journalists at NIN, Vreme, Novi Magazin, and others. So it's mixed. Yes, I mean there's the RTS 7:30 news, kind of huge block, And then there's this smaller block, I would say a third, but then it's all about politics in the end. You know, do we have it in ourselves as a society to bring in a new government and a new president? I mean, that will define how the rest of the things work.
It's all about the government, it's all about the money, it's all about doing our homework, whether on the side of member states and the European Union. These are the things that I wrote down as the things that we need to remember. Unfortunately, we ran out of the time, so please, yes? Okay, we have...
He's coming to say something.
Okay, yeah.
After you close.
But let's applaud the panel.
Yes, that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to please join me in thanking our distinguished experts in the fantastic debate. So Ms. Jasna, Ms. Wölfl, Mr. Vejvoda, and Mr. Vuksanović. Thank you very much for sharing your experience on the topic of Western Balkans with us. And I'll give the floor to Mr.
Many thanks. I'm Mr. Misha, ambassador of the Slovak Republic, and being a co-organizer of this undertaking. First of all, I'd like to express my gratitude to all panelists who excellently contributed to this very inspiring and indeed extremely interesting afternoon we spent, which was dedicated to the issue of utmost importance, the role of the disinformation, and how our democracies are capable of tackling or coping with this problem. I'd like to express also my gratitude to the Institute for Human Sciences for their huge contribution to the success of today's conference. I have to say that we like this cooperation very much, and I hope that we will also in the future have opportunity to cooperate together. I'd like to also thank you very much to my colleague Marian Kukučka, who actually this was his idea to start with this conference, and it was also his idea to start the cooperation with the Institute for Human Sciences, and I think that now you see that your idea has been materialized and you can be proud of that. But I do not want to prolong this meeting because it is against the interest of the Slovak Embassy, because you are invited to take use or to enjoy the quality of the Slovak wines, and I hope that you will be not disappointed. Many thanks for you being here, for your questions and your contribution to the wonderful day we spent together. Thank you.